lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Most merciful God, our Father, whose patience is unwearied, and whose thoughts are high above our thoughts, we, thy needy children, this day cry out to thee in the midst of anguish, suffering, and conflict. Thou art our refuge and our hope. Forgive, O God, the sins of us all. Save us from becoming insensitive in a world of misery and suffering. Bless our valiant men on land, on sea, and in the air. Overarch and undergird them with thy love, this day and in all the demanding days to come. Search our hearts this hour, O God, and redeem them from all unworthy motives. Purge us as men and nations of self-interest. Then thou wilt be able to grant unto us patience and wisdom and hope. Then through the gospel of thy redeeming love, we may transform our lives and the lives of men and of nations until justice and righteousness and peace shall be established in all the earth. In the name of Christ we pray. Amen.
We take you now to New York.
Good evening. This is Robert St. John speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York and presenting a half-hour invasion program. During these next 30 minutes, we're going to try to take you directly to London, Rome, somewhere in Australia, Honolulu, and Washington for on-the-spot reports from NBC observers, men who have been at it for almost 24 hours without a stop, just as we have been here in the New York newsroom. Before we go abroad, let me give you the developments of the last few hours. First, there's a very roundabout report that Allied motorized troops have landed in Greece. This one looks very suspicious, but I'm passing it on to you for what it's worth. The report comes from London, which quotes a British news agency, which quotes the Turkish radio, which quotes Berlin radio. We do know that there's been considerable Allied air activity over Greece today. And now to the big news front, to France. The latest bulletin quotes an Allied naval officer just back from the beachheads who says that all the main objectives of the first day's campaign have been gained. He also says that Allied reinforcements are streaming across the channel, an unprecedented stream, he says. And here's a bulletin telling how the first Nazi prisoners have just begun to arrive at a British seaport. That must be a welcome sight for those English people who remember Dunkirk and how many of their men died or were captured on the beaches of France exactly 4 years ago. Earlier in the evening, a Free French radio station in Africa put out a story that General Eisenhower is now in France himself, that he's moved his headquarters across the Channel. But London has put that rumor to rest. London says the Supreme Allied Commander is directing the invasion from an advanced post in Britain. Berlin radio has just claimed that all the Allied airborne troops which were landed on the Channel Islands of Jersey and Guernsey have been eliminated. But it's too early to believe an enemy report like that. Here's a bulletin about the war in the air. One of the greatest processions of fighter and bomber planes ever seen, flying off from Britain, crossed the Channel tonight to lend support to the men on the beachheads. Incidentally, the Germans are mighty jittery tonight, as well they might be. They expect that Eisenhower's men will make new landings before dawn streaks the sky of Europe again. They don't know just where those landings may come. They don't know whether they'll come in Norway or Holland or Belgium or somewhere else along the coast of France. And here's a bulletin which comes to us from a ship in the English Channel, an Allied ship. It says the first ground troops to hit the beaches of France were Americans. Those American boys went ashore at 6:30 a.m. today. They were quickly followed by Canadians and by Britishers. Earlier, American and British paratroopers became the first Allied soldiers to set foot on the soil of France. They were in activity for about an hour or two before the ground forces landed. And now I think we have a report from London. Let's see. All right, to NBC in London.
This is W.W. Chaplin in London. It's still the tag end of D-Day in America. But over here, it's after 5 o'clock on Wednesday morning. The great day D is history. We're well into the day designated on the invasion calendar as D+1. And all available reports, Allied and Axis both, indicate that the invasion is being pressed on. Our men, airborne, our men and their tens of thousands are pressing forward, deep miles into the French province of Normandy. We are told officially that the first hard hurdles have already been passed. The Germans say the battle is raging along a 19-mile front on the Cherbourg Peninsula. The new front, that long-awaited front on the western continent, has been established. It is quite evidently going to stay established. There is no report as yet of any major counterattack. Looking back now over these first crowded hours, it's easy to see that when the moment of decision came, General Eisenhower was greatly. You see, actually, the invasion was scheduled to begin a day early. General Eisenhower postponed it because of weather which might spell disaster. But further delay might have meant a complete reorganization, entire reshaping and retiming of the invasion schedule. So, there was the great call the whole thing off, or go ahead just one day late, even though the weather was still far behind. General weighed that problem well. He took responsibility resting on his shoulders in those days. And he decided to go ahead. We know now that he chose well. Through sagging rain clouds, obscured and sometimes completely hidden, our planes began going out on a final pre-invasion bombardment. And in 6 hours, they'd flung 10,000 tons of fire-fight explosives on that infernal coast of northern France. Meanwhile, the invasion fleet of some 4,000 vessels headed toward the continent. Naval ships of the line, Latin Armada, moved in close to shore and turned their blazing batteries on the already heaving coast of France. The weather had improved. It was better than the day before, the day that Eisenhower thought unfit for D-Day. But there was still a heavy sea. And in some of the landing fire from enemy store guns was ragged at best. And even that, more men hit the beaches, drenched from the surf. Some of them busy with season, but all of them fighting men. Already the paratroopers had been landed back from the sea, landed by whole divisions.
We have just cut that London broadcast because, as you noticed, the reception was rather bad. Sorry we have to cut off our good friend Bill Chaplin. He had an interesting story there, but he'll be back. We'll get them again. Now, here are a few bulletins that have come in while Bill was talking through all that static and ether difficulty. Here's a bulletin that quotes a Canadian reporter with the invasion forces who sends us word that a Canadian invasion force won its beachhead over there in France in 2 hours and 45 minutes after landing and was well on its way to intermediate objectives by mid-morning today. And here's a bulletin. According to Swiss radio, Marshal Pétain has urged all Frenchmen to accept the measures which the occupying powers dictate. Now, that's a very mysterious story because we can't tell whether Pétain means, by the occupying forces, the Allies or the Axis. Here's some odd little bits of color from the invasion front. Nearly every vehicle that was taken abroad for the invasion across the channel had a name painted on it by its crew. One reporter said he saw jeeps which were named, which bore such names as Filthy Flora, or Axis Doom, or Adolf's Answer, or Dyspepsia, 10-Shilling Annie, and there was one nicknamed for Ladies Only. The final mail delivery was made to the invasion troops as they waited on board the assault boats for the takeoff signal. The Army post office carriers in motor launches made the rounds of the invasion boats, laden with mail pouches. On one ship, there was a soldier who was handed 50 letters just before he sailed off for France. Another boy got an air mail letter which had been posted in New York only 4 days before it was delivered to him over there on the English Channel. In case you weren't tuned in about an hour ago, let me tell you that President Roosevelt, in his broadcast to the nation at 10 o'clock, said that the great Allied liberation assault on Europe has met with success thus far. The chief executive made this remark before asking all Americans to join him in prayer that the Allies may prevail over the enemy and build a sure peace. We've just learned that in addition to the USS Nevada, the battleships Texas and Arkansas also took part in the bombardment of the French coast last night and today. The British battleships Warspite, Nelson, and Romulus also were present, and the British cruisers Glasgow, Enterprise, Orion, and the Canadian destroyers Sioux and Algonquin, all of them very famous ships. We got this information from NBC's monitors, who picked it up from London radio. Incidentally, let me tell you a little bit about these NBC monitors. They're sitting right outside of this glassed-in studio from which I'm broadcasting. Half a dozen of them sitting there with earphones over their heads, listening, one of them to Berlin, one of them to London, listening to foreign radio stations all over the world. And from those stations, they often get very valuable pieces of information. Now, one of them has just come in and handed me some late dispatches that were picked up by the monitors from British radio. Here they are. The first German prisoners have been landed at British port, so I told you that. RAF pilots returning from low-level flights over France report that the Allied invasion forces appear to be doing very well, and that there's no longer any sign of opposition on the beaches. That is quoting British radio. From the air, said the British broadcast, it looks like a very orderly advance. The Allies have put up barrage balloons over the stretches of the French coast, which they have captured. The Royal Air Force beach squadrons already have landed in France, taking supplies and plane fuel with them, the British radio reported. Well, now it's about time for us to go overseas again. We're going now to the Italian capital, that first liberated capital of German-held Europe. And so we take you to our NBC reporter, who is standing by right now, we hope, in Rome. We seem to have a little bad luck tonight. We've been going pretty well today, starting with midnight last night when this story first broke. Right up until this evening, things were going pretty well with the airwaves. But I guess that bad weather they're having in the English Channel also is affecting our transmission. But that gives me a chance to do a little more talking here and tell you, here's a good story. I wonder if you've heard that each one of those American soldiers who went abroad took this list of things with him. He was given, as he stepped into his invasion barge by the Army, 7 sticks of chewing gum, 4 boxes of matches, a box of body insecticide powder, 3 boxes of K rations, 3 boxes of D rations, a pipe, some cigarettes, some chewing tobacco, some water purification tablets, a carton of cigarettes, or the cigarette makings, 1 razor blade, a tin of canned heat, 12 seasickness pills, and 2 vomit bags. Those last 2 items, according to the stories we've had tonight, were used by most of the men. The water in the channel today was very, very rough. I have a little story about the weather in the channel here I better tell you about. But first, here's a bulletin that the young man beside me is very anxious that I read to you. We'll see why in just a minute. A late-night report from Supreme Allied Headquarters says that a strong wind blowing northwest is whipping up the waters of the Channel and that the weather is showing no signs of moderating. But there will be no halt in the flow of Allied reinforcements to France. Well, now I understand why he wanted me to read it. It fitted right in with what I was saying. We were talking about the weather. That weather, incidentally, you know, caused a postponement of D-Day. D-Day was postponed for 24 hours because the weather suddenly turned bad. And then it seemed to clear up, and so the invasion was launched. And now it's turning bad again. That wind that I just told you about is blowing up great whitecaps in the Dover Strait, and high waves are sweeping the beaches. And there is no sign that the weather is going to improve in the next few hours. But now that we are in France, we can't stop. Now that we're in France, the reinforcements must go across. And they are going across because we've had a bulletin from England telling us that the ships on the channel form an unbroken stream, that an unprecedented wave, I think was the way one correspondent put it. Incidentally, a naval officer who's just back from the beaches said that the weather was worse, in his opinion, during this invasion than it was at the time of the Sicilian landings, the landings on down there in Sicily, in the Italian campaign. The weather was so bad that there was a great deal of seasickness among the troops. We've already learned that the casualties, thank God, have so far been very light. But there are a lot of minor casualties. A lot of the boys got bruised and banged up in those invasion craft as the large waves of the English Channel tossed the boats back and forth. Some of the boys got banged up quite a bit, and many of them were seasick. That crossing of the English Channel is a bad thing even at best. I remember crossing it just before the war started, just a couple of days before the start of the war, and it was pretty bad even then. Now, they seem to have a foreign point here.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, NBC takes you to Australia. The report comes to you by way of San Francisco. Go.
This is an excited country today. Crowds of people cluster around radios and at newsstands to talk invasion. Thousands of toasts to victory were raised in Sydney bars last night, even though liquor is scarce. Churches opened their doors for extraordinary services. All today, prayers are being said in nearly every church. All Catholic churches are celebrating special masses. A service is taking place in Sydney's largest synagogue at this moment. The news broke at dinner time last night, and I don't suppose a single Australian family talked of anything else at the table. Now it's just after lunch on Wednesday. It's a cold winter day, 42 above zero, and crowds are scudding back to work. Work that may be a bit slighted in the drama of the moment. And yet Sydney is not hysterical. Everybody has commented on the sober, prayerful way Australia has taken the news. That perennial barometer, the taxicab driver, had his say. One cabbie told me that this means the war in Europe may be over in a few months, and reverently he added, with God's blessing. But a Royal Australian Air Force officer said to me at breakfast this morning that the country expects many casualties. Plenty of Australian airmen are in Britain, and everybody dreads that cost of victory. The acting Prime Minister, Francis Ford, called this the greatest event of the war. Complete success, he said, will bring the defeat of Germany within measurable distance. Today's newspapers reflect Australia's feelings. The biggest paper, the Herald, said Australia and the world have waited for this day since Hitler drove into Russia. Australia will feel its deep kinship, the Herald added, with Britain and America and their allies. The newspaper said what all Australia is thinking, that as the fortunes of battle favor the Allied invasion armies, prospects in the Pacific will alter to our advantage. Australia knows that when Germany is defeated, and only then, can we throw our main weight against Japan. But Australia hopes and believes that this will not mean that our own Pacific offensive will be slighted. This country will always regard Germany not as a secondary, but as a less immediate enemy. And Australia is pledged to keep the food and raw materials moving to our bases in Europe. That's how Australia feels, as her people fasten their coats against bitter winds, as they remember fondly what eggs for breakfast were like, and resolve to do with less butter and meat and tomato juice. They know they've a part in victory over Hitler, just as they so nobly fought for victory over Japan. Australia feels close to America and Britain today, and her people 7 million of them will support their lives with everything they have. There's hope, confidence, even exultation. And there are prayers that too many boys may not be sacrificed, that too many months will not go by before unconditional surrender. This is William Kelty speaking from Australia. We take you now to NBC in Honolulu.
This is Robert McCormick in Honolulu. One aspect of the European invasion that interests us out here in the Central Pacific is what our troops will find when they penetrate more deeply into Hitler's Europe. What observers out here particularly want to know is how much damage has been done to Germany's industrial empire by our intensive bombings. Most of us have always taken it for granted that Japan will someday be subjected to the same terrific bombing attack that we've been giving Germany. We've even thought perhaps Japan will take a worse beating from the air than Germany has, because by the time we can open up on the Jap mainland, we should have even more and even better bombers than we have now. The popular idea has been that Tokyo, well, indeed, most of Japan, will go up in smoke under heavy bombing. But some of our top military men out here do not agree. They think Japan's more important industrial areas are modern and extremely well built, and will be at least as hard to knock out as Germany's critical industries and defenses. But when we get into Germany, we can see how much damage our bombings have actually done, and then we'll be better able to tell what we can do to Japan. We've already had some good samples on a small scale of what bombing can do to the Japs. Our raids on the Jap islands and the Marshalls show we've hammered them into what borders on uselessness. In some ways, they've been even more thoroughly devastated than was Pantelleria, the little Mediterranean island that surrendered to Allied bombers. But these are far removed from the massive, widespread bombings we'll someday have to give the Jap mainland. The only true test of large-scale bombing has been in Germany, and we out here are very anxious to learn the results. Also, the fighting in Europe is an unprecedented test of large-scale amphibious operations. The 5th Amphibious Corps out here, the spearhead of the war against the Japs, is extraordinarily skillful in amphibious fighting. But they haven't yet tackled a job as big as that we're trying to do in France. The French invasion is much more nearly what we'll someday have to do on the coast of China or on the Jap mainland. Another possible wrinkle in the European invasion that intrigues us here is the question of what will happen to Japanese morale if we are spectacularly successful in France. It would leave Japan with the prospect of standing all by herself to face the greatest mass of fighting power the world has ever seen. She would face two of the greatest nations in the world, certainly, Britain and the United States, and possibly a third tremendous power, Russia. Surely not even Japan could fool herself for long about how such a lopsided fight would come out. And one other thing, the European attack is the climactic test of our troops in land fighting against the best the enemy has. And we're very interested to see how our troops stand up in the tightest pinch they've ever been in. This is Robert McCormick in Honolulu, switching you to NBC in Washington.
We take you now to NBC in Washington.
The president told the nation only a short time ago that the invasion has come to pass with success thus far. Then, in reverential tones, the commander-in-chief beseeched God to give strength and victory to our fighting forces. Well, Mr. Roosevelt's word that the invasion is a success thus far indicates the attitude of our high command here in the capital. So far, as Washington sees it, we have achieved our first objective. We have succeeded in making our landings on the continent of Europe. So far, so good. But from the military men to whom I've talked today, they say, let's wait for the fateful hour of decision which will come in about a week. By that time, the Nazis will have had time to assess our full power and our main striking positions. And then will come the real hour of crisis. A crisis not only for the Nazis, but for the Allied force of General Eisenhower as well. So by next Tuesday evening, a week from this historic D-Day, perhaps we will have another report from the Commander-in-Chief, a report expanding on his statement this evening that our invasion is a success thus far. Well, Mr. Roosevelt's prayer this evening reflects the spirit, as I find it, with which all of Washington is receiving the invasion news. General George C. Marshall, the Chief of Staff of our invading army, Admiral Ernest J. King, our Chief of Naval Operations, called at the White House today to make a personal report. And then Mr. Roosevelt, calm and serene, held his press and radio conference as usual. Well, virtually all of Washington's churches held special services throughout the day. At Washington's Episcopal Cathedral here, services were held every hour on the hour. And this evening, prayers for victory were said at St. Matthew's and at St. Patrick's. Well, but by and large, Washington, whose chief business is government, went about its occupation as usual today. Now, most of the work, of course, is connected with the war. Touching on the home front, a special House committee heard Sewell Avery, the chairman of Montgomery Ward, attack the seizure of his big mail-order plant in Chicago. But this evening, Mr. Avery received his answer from the government. The War Labor Board ordered Montgomery Ward to extend its controversial contract with the CIO union. Oh, in effect, the Labor Board is only inviting a repetition of this bitter feud between management and labor. Again, this evening, the State Department reveals that we won an important diplomatic victory immediately prior to our invasion of France. Acting Secretary of State Edward Stettinius tells us that neutral Portugal has agreed to stop all shipments of tungsten to Germany. So Hitler will have even less tungsten now to harden his steel for weapons. And the Federal Bureau of Investigation steps into the war news. J. Edgar Hoover, the head G-man, warns his organization that the invasion may bring an attempt at enemy sabotage on the home front. But even on D-Day, we can't get away from the fact that 1944 is a campaign year. Now, there were two special congressional elections today in New York City. A Democrat won one, and a Republican the other. The Republican victory came in a district which has gone Democratic for the past 25 years. But to me, the biggest invasion story in Washington today is one reported by my wife. She was shopping this afternoon in a big downtown department store. She was standing at a counter looking at ladies' blouses. Well, a middle-aged woman stepped up and asked the sales girl if she might see some blouses, too. The sales lady brought out several. But suddenly, this middle-aged woman put them down on the counter. "I'm sorry," she said, "but somehow I can't go on. You see, I have 3 sons fighting in France today." That was D-Day, June 6, 1944, in Washington. I return you now to Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York.
Well, I'm glad we got Washington and Honolulu for you, so our pickups aren't a complete failure. Here are several bulletins that have come in while Dick Harkness has been talking to you. The French beaches across which the Americans drove today were selected many months ago, we now learn. Only recently did the Germans seriously start to build up defenses there. And nevertheless, the attack found them far less heavily gunned and fortified than the great port areas in Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, and the rest of France. A German military spokesman is quoted tonight as saying that not even walls of burning oil could stop the waves of Allied attackers which stormed the bristling heart of the Atlantic Wall. That from a German. Tito's partisans are on the move tonight. They've opened an accelerated offensive in Yugoslavia to coincide with Allied landings in France. They have captured 6 towns from the Germans. As you may have heard before, today more than 150 soldiers, mostly Americans, were received by Pope Pius in a surprise audience. The soldiers had gathered before St. Peter's and asked for an audience with the Pope, but they hadn't really expected to get it. By the way, be sure and keep tuned to your NBC radios for something very special immediately after this broadcast. Well, that's the news up to 11:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, and this is Robert St. John saying good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The great offensive has begun. With NBC, Invasion News has the right-of-way over all programs. Bulletins will be broadcast as they come through. Keep listening to WEAF, New York.
CBS News headquarters in New York, Bob Trout speaking. We're about to bring you from London the first eyewitness recording of the shore bombardment preceding the actual landings of the invasion on D-Day and a description of Allied landing craft going into the beach. A recording made by George Hicks, representing the combined American networks. So we take you now to London to hear George Hicks in a recording made aboard an American warship at sea. Go ahead, London. This is Bob Trout at our news headquarters in New York. We're trying to bring you a pool broadcast, the first eyewitness recording of the shore bombardment made by George Hicks aboard an American warship at sea. We'll try again. Go ahead, London.
Planes are high up in the thin cloud, which is a gray screen over the sky, but which is not thick nor heavy, and not low enough to be an inconvenience to bombing. The LCTs and the LCIs have begun to pass along the side of it. Those are the amphibious beach landing craft that carry the tanks, trucks, bulldozers, and finally the man ashore. They've been churning along and are bouncing around in the choppy Channel Sea now. And all around us, on either side, are stretched the fast transports at anchor who have disembarked these small craft. And they, all over the surface of the sea here, can be seen cutting and zigzagging and then forming into those somewhat irregular lines.
We regret that due to conditions beyond our control, the recording of the special broadcast for the American networks by George Hicks will be delayed for a few moments. We return you now to the United States.
Columbia's news headquarters in New York. We'll keep the air here until such time as Columbia's correspondent Charles Shaw, whom we just heard speaking in London, until such time as he tells us that the pool recording is ready to go. You heard a few words of it. We regret that we're having trouble with our contact with London tonight. You heard a few words of the recording. It was a recording, an eyewitness recording of the shore bombardment preceding the actual landings of the invasion on D-Day and a description of the Allied landing craft going into their beach. A recording made by George Hicks, representing the combined American networks. It's one of those broadcasts that we call a pool broadcast. That's the arrangement that has been fixed up during the first days of the invasion in order that everyone may share everyone else's dispatches. However, this was not the story of a correspondent who had seen part of the operation and had returned to tell about it. This was an eyewitness recording of the bombardment as it went on. We hope that later we shall be able to bring it to you. The difficulty seems to be in London, as you heard our CBS correspondent in London, Charles Shaw, explaining to you a few moments ago. Meanwhile, we have a few dispatches that you may or may not have heard of as you keep track of the news that is coming into Columbia's news headquarters in New York. Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Force announced in London this evening that General Eisenhower is directing the invasion of Western Europe from an advanced outpost in England. This denies a report which was broadcast by the Brazzaville radio that the commander had established headquarters on French soil. Also, we're told that Sir Bernard Montgomery held an informal meeting with reporters on Tuesday and expressed pleasure at the official announcement of his appointment as the Allied assault commander because, he said, I always get along with the Americans. Despite the brand new uniform from the United States which accompanied the appointment, General Montgomery was attired in his usual beret, gray sweater, and faded slacks. He was very pleased with his new American uniform, which had come straight from New York, and the Americans also had given General Montgomery a watch. A good watch, he said. It keeps time. We've been informed now that shortly we expect to be able to go to London and to bring you the full recording which we'd introduced a few moments ago. That is, the eyewitness recording of the shore bombardment preceding the invasion and a description of Allied landing craft given by George Hicks. Go ahead, London.
This is George Hicks speaking. I'm speaking now from the tower above the signal bridge of an American naval flagship, and we're lying some few miles off the coast of France where the invasion of Europe has begun. It's now 20 minutes to 6, and the landing craft have been disembarked from their motherships and are moving in long, irregular lines toward the horizon of France, which is very plain to the naked eye. Our own bombardment fleet, lying out beyond us, has begun to blast the shoreline, and we can see the vivid yellow bursts of flames quite clearly, although the sound is too far away to be heard, and at the same time, from the shore, are answering yellow flames as the Nazi batteries are replying. Overhead, planes are high up in the thin cloud, which is a gray screen over the sky, but which is not thick nor heavy, and not low enough to be an inconvenience to bombing. The LCTs and LCIs have begun to pass along the side of us. Those are the amphibious beach landing craft that carry the tanks, trucks, bulldozers, and finally the men ashore. They've been churning along and are bouncing around in the choppy Channel Sea now. And all around us, on either side, are stretched the fast transports at anchor who have disembarked these small craft. And they, all over the surface of the sea here, can be seen cutting and zigzagging and then forming into those somewhat irregular lines that make a black pencil point across the sea itself, heading toward the ribbon of land that's France and the coast of Normandy. We can see the wreaths of smoke that are beginning to puff up, both black and white, on the shoreline. France, at this particular part of its northwestern sea coast, has a rather shallow beach and then steep cliffs of 100 to 200 feet, and then the rolling land beyond. This area is between Cherbourg and Le Havre. The wind has increased rather than diminished during the night and is now blowing an 18-knot wind, which is pretty stiff and is kicking up whitecaps. However, the landing beach craft are going in and are plowing through the choppy sea and seem to be making good headway. The order of the attack is for a naval bombardment, an air bombardment, and then landing crafts going in carrying tanks, then a wave of infantry to take the first toehold on the beaches, and then a wave of beach demolition engineers who will knock out with hand charges the underwater obstacles and those on the shore itself. It's now becoming quite clear and daylight as 6 a.m. approaches on June 6, 1944. Occasionally, in the stiff wind that's whipping around our platform, we can hear the thud of shells or bombs landing on the French coastline, perhaps 8 or 10 miles before us. And the steel plates on which we stand vibrate from the concussion of the heavy guns that are firing from the American and British battleships and heavy cruisers forming a long line right behind us. I can count 22 of the squat square-nosed landing craft carrying vehicles along one side of it as they turn and bounce in the choppy sea, waiting the exact timing to form their lines and start in toward the beach. When I had first begun speaking to you, it was the shore batteries of the Nazis that had spotted us here at sea and opened up, and our naval bombardment squad has replied to them. One battleship is in as close as 3 miles, and one of the famous American battleships, the Texas, is out 6 miles in her firing position. The duel is in progress now between a battleship lying just a couple of miles off the French shore and firing broadsides into the land. The Germans are replying from the land with flashes, and then the ship lets go with its entire broadside again. The whole side of the battle wagon lights up in a yellow glare as her broadside goes off, and now we can see brown-gray smoke drifting up from her gun barrels. Huge mushrooms of black and gray smoke are beginning to pile up off the beachheads of France. Directly before us, probably air bombardment. The 2 columns are beginning to rise higher than the hills behind them. And to the left is another single column. It's just burst then on the top of the cliff above the chalk wall facing the sea, and puffs of smoke are standing up now like plumes. A fire has been started on the beach front directly before us, and now batteries are firing from the beach, flashes of yellow, and the broadsides of the battleships are pouring it back at them. Overhead, high, planes are roaring. I think they just came in and dropped a salvo of bombs, the stick, on that the hilltop directly before us that we spoke of a moment ago. A small flight of flying fortresses are passing over the invasion fleet. Bats can hear the roaring of their motors. 36, 38 planes against the wind that's rushing through the rigging of this mast top. Heavy bombardment, naval guns, ships seem to be even closer to the French shore now, hugging in along the coastline and blasting out their blossoms of yellow fire. There have been replies from the shore, but low, gray pink clouds have set down over the coast of France. For a moment now, we're unable to see the outline of the land. Although over into the east, the sky has opened up. The loudspeaker on this flagship has been announcing almost continuously. The Spitfires on our starboard bow. P-38 dead ahead. The air support. Here comes 4 P-38s now, following the fort. The air has simply been crisscrossed with Allied planes of all types. The tank carrying and vehicle carrying landing craft have passed our ships and are beginning to form their line, which is already pointed toward the French coast. The earlier and smaller LCVPs, which carry infantry and personnel, have been en route now over 40 minutes, and according to the time schedule, should be hitting the French shore in 10 minutes from now. Everywhere you look in this jangled English Channel, which is green and gold with the rifts of sunlight coming through broken clouds, everywhere you look are big little ships of all kinds. The types that you almost have never seen before. The wind seems to be increasing in velocity, and it looks as though weather has turned a bit against it on the opening day's phase. The Augusta, one of America's famous cruisers, is in off the shore there blasting, as well as the Texas, the Nevada, and the Arkansas. Old battleships and slow, but with terrific armament. 14-inch guns. They're just anchored off and blowing into the Nazi batteries on shore. It's now just a couple of minutes past 6:30 in the morning. First, Allied forces are reaching the beaches in France. And that's the latest news that we can bring you from the invasion beachhead as it just now reaches H hour. This is George Hicks speaking. I now return you to the United States.
Back at Columbia's news headquarters in New York, what we have been hearing is the first eyewitness recording of the shore bombardment preceding the actual landings of the invasion and a description of Allied landing craft going into their beach. It's a recording which was made on D-Day just before H hour by George Hicks, who was representing the combined American networks. And the recording was played for us in London. Incidentally, you may have heard Mr. Hicks speak of the weather. He mentioned it several times and said it was worsening. He said the wind was picking up, and at one point he said there was a wind with a velocity of 18 knots. About an hour ago, I believe it was, Columbia's correspondent in London gave us a fresh dispatch, which of course was a later dispatch than George Hicks' recording, and Mr. Merrow told us that the weather in the channel is definitely worse. Mr. Merrow's news was almost 24 hours later than Mr. Hicks' recording. Mr. Merrow said there's a strong wind blowing across the channel tonight, and sizable waves are hitting the beaches, which will increase our problems of supply. Also, Mr. Merrow said that Britain's big bombers, the big heavy night bombers of the Royal Air Force, have again crossed the channel, but so far tonight we have no details. Late this evening, according to Royal Air Force pilots returning from low-level flights over the beachheads, the Allied troops are moving inward. The Royal Air Force pilots report that there is no longer any opposition on the beaches on which we landed. These beaches are now completely in Allied hands. And one of the returning Royal Air Force pilots said, "We could tell easily that the beaches are secure. We could see our soldiers below standing up. We could see our tanks moving up on Caen, and in the area inland we saw several fires. They looked like gasoline dumps. When we left after the last sorties, we could see no enemy infantry at this point near the coast. Our balloons were already over the landing beaches, guarding the ships from low-level attack by any German fighters which might be about. But the lack of air opposition from the German Air Force was fantastic." That's the word that these Royal Air Force fighter pilots who made low-level flights over the beachheads, that's the word they use to describe the lack of air opposition from the German Air Force. They say, fantastic. And now here's a word from an American transport pilot, Lieutenant James B. Crawley of Springfield, Illinois, a United States Army 9th Air Force C-47 transport pilot who flew 2 loads of paratroops and supplies behind the German lines in the invasion, reports that on his last trip, Tuesday, he saw American soldiers lounging on the French roads. He could look down below and see them there. And Lieutenant Crawley said the doughboys were leaning on their rifles and they were quietly awaiting mess call. A German broadcast, which was heard here in New York tonight, said that heavy German tank attacks have been launched against the Allied beachhead east of Cherbourg. This German broadcast, beamed to the United States, claims that beachhead forces have been wiped out 15 miles northwest of Caen and also Isigny, which is 32 miles west-northwest of the town of Caen. That's a German broadcast. It was made in the English language. It was beamed to the United States. It is what the Germans want us to think at this moment. We have no news of any kind that has anything to do with that information, if that's what we shall call it, which has been sent in a German broadcast beamed to the United States. Bring you up to date a little bit. We were going to go to England, as a matter of fact, in a few moments. We're still waiting for the signal, and I'll bring you up to date a little bit farther before we make the switch. Earlier, if you were with us, you heard us telling you that the first ground forces to land on the French beaches were Americans. But about an hour before the landing was made on the beaches, combined British and American paratroopers shared the honors of being the first soldiers to set foot on French soil. These paratroopers battled the Germans for several hours before the main landings on the beaches. A bit later, we got a dispatch from the Canadians, and that dispatch tells us that the men who sought revenge for the landing at Dieppe took just 2 hours and 45 minutes to establish the beachhead assigned to them. The Canadians overcame numerous steel and wooden obstacles placed in the tidal approaches, and they also plowed through fierce enemy beachhead fire. And then the Canadians went on to stiff street fighting in little coast towns. We're still waiting at Columbia's news headquarters here in New York for word that our Columbia correspondent in London is ready. We haven't had such word. And so while we're waiting, Columbia's war correspondent Quentin Reynolds has been sitting at the desk beside me here in our news headquarters. He was going to speak to us a bit later after we'd picked up London. We'll have London shortly, we expect. And now here is Quentin Reynolds to discuss for us the relationship between United States and British troops taking part in the landings. Quentin Reynolds.
A few moments ago, a report came in here from London saying that today General Montgomery held a press conference at which he told correspondents that he had just received a present, a brand new watch from a group of Americans. It's a good watch, too, Monty grinned to the correspondents. It keeps time. Then Montgomery added, I always get along well with Americans. In one of the earlier reports from a London CBS correspondent today, we heard that the cooperation between American and British troops had been beautiful. This gift to the general from a group of American civilians is merely a reflection of the fine cooperation which exists between the British and the American fighting men once they get into action. This comes as no surprise to anyone who has been with our troops abroad and has been with the British abroad. Comes as no surprise to anyone who knows how General Eisenhower operates. This might be a good time to bring the whole subject of relations between British and American troops right out into the open. 2 years ago, we used to hear of occasional clashes in London between American and British soldiers. They would meet at dances, at pubs. They'd have a few beers, and sometimes a careless word would be spoken. The fur would fly, and stories would go out that British and Americans just couldn't get along. The truth of it is, and I was there in London then, that the British and American soldiers had no chance to meet on any common ground of respect for each other. They only knew each other when they were on leave, playing. Then we landed in North Africa, and the real fighting began for us. Our boys found it tough. It was the first time they'd been in combat. Finally, they joined forces with Montgomery's 8th Army. Now, for the first time, they got a chance to see the British soldier in action. The 8th Army had learned its trade the hard way, through 3 hard, bitter years of desert fighting. This was probably the greatest of all armies. Our boys now looked at the British through different eyes. These were fighting devils who never asked what the odds were. The 8th Army had a motto, attack and pursue. Our boys liked that. It's the American tradition to like offensive fighters. Jack Dempsey is still a hero to millions of us. The 8th Army is the Jack Dempsey of this war. When General Eisenhower was selected to be the supreme commander of all Allied forces, the greatest cheers came from British officers and men who recognized the genius of this brilliant yet human American commander. Then Eisenhower, looking the field over, chose as his ground commander General Montgomery. He asked Montgomery whom he would like to have as his second in command. Monty didn't hesitate a moment. He immediately said, General Omar Bradley. Bradley commanded the 2nd Corps in the Sicilian campaign. In our high command, no distinction was made as to whether an officer was American or British. The only question was, who was the best man? I remember when the Solano campaign was being planned. Colonel Darby was in command of our Rangers. Brilliant Colonel Darby, one of the real heroes of this war, only 27 and the toughest Ranger of them all. He was to command a combined force of American Rangers and British commandos, and they were to storm the heights above Salerno and secure a pass that led to Naples. The commandos were led by a British general, Brigadier Richardson. He was asked to retire from the operation because Darby, who was to be in charge of it, was only a colonel, and military tradition was all against a brigadier serving under a colonel. The British brigadier went to General Eisenhower. He protested and insisted that he go along with the commandos and the Rangers on the operation, and he added sincerely, "I know Colonel Darby. I will consider it a privilege to serve under him in any capacity." And so for the first time in history, a brigadier served under a colonel, and the two made a beautiful team, a typical Eisenhower team, a typical example of the way British and American officers and fighting men serve and work together. I remember just 3 days after we landed at Salerno, our 36th Division of Texas had had a very tough 3 days. They'd fought bravely, but the German 88s high in the hills commanding the beaches had taken a frightful toll. I went ashore and joined them and talked to the men. A big strapping sergeant asked me, "Hey, when are them Limeys going to get up here to help us out?" I couldn't help but kid him a little. I said, "I remember when you guys used to kid the British. Now you need them. Now you want their help." "Yeah, that's right," the big Texan grinned. "But that was before we saw them fight. I sure would like to see that little Montgomery in his funny black beret walking along this beach." Well, a few days later, Monty and his 8th Army did join our 5th Army, and the result is history. Now when our men call the British soldier a Limey, he grins when he says it, and the British soldier grins back. They have a firm basis of respect for each other. Both are great fighting men, and fighting men can get along pretty well together anywhere. This is Eisenhower's way. Don't worry about our boys not getting along with their British comrades in arms. They're both fighting on the same side under two great men and months. I return you now to Bob Trout.
That was Quentin Reynolds here at our news headquarters in New York. And now at almost 6 o'clock in the morning in London, we're going to switch you to London once again, and this time we're going to hear from Columbia's correspondent, Charles Shaw. Go ahead, London.
It's almost 6 a.m. in London, and the invasion news reaching here is still favorable. The weather in the Channel still leaves much to be desired, but it's believed that reinforcements are continuing to flow across to France without interruption. Allied commanders are optimistic, and the German radio still is making no attempt to disguise the magnitude of the Allied attack. All has gone well on D-Day. The liberation of Europe is not being accomplished by robots. The story of the Second Front is the story of your son, your kid brother, and of men whose personalities and achievements have commanded the headlines. From commanders down to buck privates, the Allied invasion army is a human army. General Montgomery was beaming today, not only because he was proud to have been officially revealed as the Allied invasion commander, but also because he had been given a new battle dress and a new watch by the American Army. The invasion troops were proud that they had been selected for participation in the greatest show on earth, although they fully realized that they weren't in for any picnic. A veteran of Dunkirk cried, and admitted he cried, when he flew his Spitfire over the French coast to help his earth and sea-bound buddies take the road back. A French pilot was thrilled at the sight of his homeland, even though he had to drop bombs on it, because he said it meant that he was on his way home. General Montgomery said he was happy to be the Allied assault commander because I always get along well with Americans. As proof that he gets along well with our folks, he drew attention to his new battle dress, the finest suit I ever had, and his new watch, a good one which keeps time. General Montgomery has been confident all day long, but he warned that there may be a bit of a roughhouse before we are finished. Montgomery's boss, General Eisenhower, also impressed correspondents with his confidence. But the greatest impression he made came from his visits to his troops just before H hour and the informal way he talked with the soldiers. He asked the members of one airborne outfit who was their toughest soldier. One GI answered, "Wait until we land, and then we'll find out." The general asked the outfit to send their champion back to him, and he'd have something for him. But today was not a general's day. It was the GI's and the junior officers' day. The generals had done everything they could. Success of the initial operations depended on the GIs and the shaved tails who led them. It depended on the sailors and Coast Guardsmen who manned the invasion craft and the warships. There were admirals at sea today also, but the execution of their orders depended on the braidless boys. The air marshals and generals had mapped out the air phase of the invasion. The kids I used to know at Kelly Field in San Antonio, among others, were the ones who made it succeed. And the story of this war can't be told properly until the story of certain civilians is told, such as those inside France who have been awaiting and fighting for liberation these last 4 years. Not much is known about what the French people have done to help the invasion so far. A good guess is that they're doing plenty. At least it's clear what side they're on. 9th Air Force flyers returned to England this afternoon to tell how French farmers and their families waved eagerly to the Allied flyers as they rounded up farming animals and herded them to places of safety. Today's story must include mention of that prototype of John Bull, Winston Churchill, who set the House of Commons cheering with his optimistic reports on the invasion's progress. It must include mention of Britain's King George, who unashamedly called his people to prayer. There was General Charles de Gaulle, one of the few important Frenchmen who wouldn't concede French defeat in his country's darkest hour, and who now is in England to watch the beginning of his homeland's liberation. But the important guys today were the G.I. Joes and their buddies on the sea and in the air, wearing the uniforms of America, Britain, and the countries which Hitler once foolishly thought he had conquered. And today's story must include mention of the people on this island, those people who were pledged by their Prime Minister 4 years ago last Sunday to fight on the beaches and the landing grounds and in the streets, but never surrender. They took today's news phlegmatically, but that's no criticism. The British people are by nature calm and rather sober-minded. Their coolness was one big reason that they stood while other nations were falling in 1940. And their ordeals in this war have been all the more sobering. They're tired, and tired people don't dance in the streets, even on D-Day. They probably won't even dance in the streets on Armistice Day. I studied the people of London both before and after the landings in France had been announced. The first glimpse was after Ed Murrow had phoned me and told me to get to such and such a building as soon as possible. I was positive immediately that D-Day had dawned, because the building to which Ed dispatched me was the building from which the big communique was to be issued. I set out as London was going to work, and the crowds I weaved through were composed of shop girls, businessmen, and a few whose garb suggested manual labor. They looked like just about any going-to-work crowd any place in the world: Pittsburgh, Chicago, San Francisco. Some looked sleepy, some were quite brisk. Some were neatly dressed, and some were otherwise. There were white-lipped girls who apparently had got up too late to put on lipstick and intended to do so at their offices or shops. But the clothes they wore neatly or carelessly were of 1939 and 1940 vintage. The lipsticks the girls wore or neglected to wear was a hard, almost chalky substance, war stuff. And those who looked tired weren't suffering from lack of a full night's sleep. They reflected almost 5 years of labor in the front lines of war. I felt like yelling out, "It's happened. We've invaded Europe." Because what was started today is what these people have been working and fighting for since the bedraggled fugitives from Dunkirk staggered back to their homes 4 years ago this week. 3 or 4 hours later, when I went out into the streets of London again, I learned how the people would have reacted had I spilled the big secret with which I was bursting. They would have said, as many did say to me after communique number 1 had been broadcast, "That's good." And they would have said it, as they did say it later, very calmly and matter-of-factly. They wouldn't have appeared jubilant, but as a policeman said to me tonight, they were jubilant inside. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Columbia's news headquarters in New York once again. It's time now to pause for station identification. I just want to take this opportunity to assure all of you, our listeners, that we are remaining on the air at this point and indefinitely continuing our invasion coverage. And I want also to remind the station staffs at our affiliated stations around the country that we are continuing in 30 seconds after the signal which I shall now give. This is Bob Trout speaking in New York. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia's news headquarters in New York, Bob Trout speaking. We've heard from our Columbia correspondent in London, Charles Shaw, just before we paused for station identification. And now we are going to go to Washington to hear a Columbia correspondent in Washington, Joseph C. Harsh, who has seen the cities of Berlin and the cities of Washington both during the war. He is going to compare these two wartime capitals for us. So now to Washington, Joseph C. Harsh reporting.
The task of a commanding general ceases when the battle begins. He does the training and the planning for that battle. Once it has been joined, it is up to the field commanders and to the men at the front to carry through. If he has done his job of planning and preparing as well as he can, he waits for the outcome with sober confidence. That, in effect, is the atmosphere of Washington tonight. This is the city where, more than in any one other, the shape of today's great events was formed. It might be well to recall this fact that the invasion of the continent of Europe is a professional American military plan. Long before there was any demand raised for it from Russia or by Russia's friends, the top generals and admirals of our own American forces had concluded that the only way to defeat Germany in such a war as this was by frontal assault. If the Russian promptings had any influence, it was when the spokesmen of the three powers sat down to make the final decisions. The Russian vote with the American carried the day for the concept of going to meet the enemy in front where he was strong and where the road lay straight to his heart, not around by the back door, which may have seemed easier to some, but which also meant the longer time and the longer strain, and with uncertainty at the end of the long prospect. This, then, is the city which bred the plan, and this is the city where the means to make it effective were formulated and delivered in blueprint to American industry. How nearly perfectly the job has been done remains to be seen, and perhaps remains to be argued in future years. But it has been done as well as Washington and the American system of government could do it. The men have been provided in the full strength which our leaders considered necessary. They have been given all the training our armed forces knew how to give them. Unquestionably, the best training American troops have ever had. And they have been given superlative equipment produced by an industrial miracle of the ages. All this Washington has done. So today, when the news came, it could only sit back and pray earnestly that it had been done well enough. The reaction here was untinged by any false hopes or unwarranted assumptions. No promises of easy or a sure victory have ever been permitted to come out here, and they are not felt. No one knows what the result will be. They only know that a great and well-trained and well-equipped force has been set in motion, and that if it all goes even moderately well, its efforts should be crowned with success. It knows enough now from 2.5 years of war not to jump to any quick conclusions. Making a landing is only the first move in the invasion. Washington has learned how to wait for such a move to develop, as it must, slowly in its own due course. Thus it waited today, with intense interest, with burning hope, with confidence, but without illusions. One can only wonder how different the atmosphere must be tonight in the city where this war was planned quite another way, in Berlin. We know how it was there when things were going Hitler's way, before Pearl Harbor brought Washington into play as the antagonist in this great struggle. As one of the American correspondents who was there when we were still neutral, I can describe it then. It was a city where the leaders were arrogantly and completely confident of success. It was also a city where the people at first doubted and then believed when the first victories rolled in. I remember the grandstands which went up in the heart of Berlin at the time of the fall of France and were left standing all during the fall and early winter of 1941 because the Germans thought Britain would surrender under the punishment of the Luftwaffe. Finally, when Hitler realized that he would have to fight Russia, the stands came down and the people began to doubt and worry again. What has happened since then we can only conjecture from limited evidence. From the Swiss border, we get stories today that the German people were shocked and bewildered and angered this morning by the news that Allied landings had been made successfully in France. We can't build much speculation on such evidence. The neutrals around Germany have been the channels too often for the transmission of distorted or even deliberately false versions of what is happening inside Germany. But this one has some of the earmarks of credibility. All the information we have received from inside Germany bears out one central conclusion, that Berlin has indulged dangerously in confident predictions about the strength of the German West Wall. The recurring doubts of the German people have been kept down by the picture of a Western barrier which could never be broken. Berlin has ceased to promise its people victory, but it has promised a draw which would be won by failure of the invasion. The invasion has not yet succeeded, but its opening move has gained a foothold on the French coast. I can well believe that this has come as a bitter shock to a people conditioned to expect a different result. This in itself could explain why Berlin propaganda, which began this morning by exaggerating the extent of our penetrations, veered around towards the end of the day to extravagant claims of successful German countermeasures. Washington is not plagued and fettered today by false promises. In all probability, Berlin tonight is caught up in the trap of its own web of falsehoods. We return you now to New York.
Back at Columbia's news headquarters in New York, we have a dispatch from Atlanta tonight which tells us that the Air Force's Materiel Command has promised that as the invasion of Europe progresses, new weapons will be poured into the attack. Jet propulsion fighters are on the way, super-flying fortresses, rocket guns, and other equally as fantastic but real, the command said. And the district supervisor in Atlanta, Colonel R.W. Probst, tells us that the full story cannot yet be told, but American parents who have sons in the thick of the fighting in France and elsewhere can be assured that the equipment furnished them gives them the best possible chance for victory and survival. And that brings us to the point on how the United States has received the news that D-Day has at last come and is indeed almost 24 hours old by now. Ned Calmer of CBS World News is here in our Columbia News headquarters in New York with a piece on how the news was received in the United States. And now here is Ned Calmer.
Historically, D-Day has been one of the most important days Americans have ever lived. But like the British, we're learning to take this war in our stride. In most American cities today, you wouldn't have noticed anything much out of the ordinary in the everyday look of the streets and the faces of American men and women. We made no show of our emotions. But nearly every one of us, by now, has a personal stake in the action on the battlefront. If not a member of the immediate family, then a relative or a close friend. And it was the thoughts of those men who are doing the fighting, while we sit safe at home, that dominated most of us today as we went about our routine activities. That's why President Roosevelt's most solemn talk of 2 hours ago, his radio address in which he led the country in prayer for divine help in our enterprise of arms, has proved the keynote of this invasion day. Its measured tones, the hushed solemnity of the occasion, were the true import of what D-Day meant for us all. So it wasn't a day of rejoicing, but a day of quiet pride and confidence that the sacrifices Americans are making on the battlefront shall not be made in vain. It was a day of church-going, and many American communities called public gatherings to commemorate the day in this vein. A great mass assembly was held in New York City. Conspicuously absent from these unfestive meetings were the war workers who are making the guns that our men are carrying into action in France. D-Day was a day of full wartime pressure for the American industrial machine. Baseball games were called off. Racetracks shut down. Some newspapers carry no advertising tonight in order to give full coverage to the invasion. At West Point today, a great cheer went up at the graduation exercises. This was because a boy named John Eisenhower was receiving his diploma. His mother, the wife of the invasion chief, was asleep like millions of other Americans when the general issued his historic communique number 1 announcing that the invasion had begun. And when the girl reporter gave her the news, Mrs. Eisenhower got her voice under control and then said, Why didn't somebody tell me?
That was Ned Calmer telling us about how America has received the news that D-Day has come and, as a matter of fact, has now gone. Here's a brief dispatch from London dated Wednesday. Prime Minister Winston Churchill promises a new statement in the House of Commons today, that's Wednesday, on overnight developments in the Allied invasion of France. It's now revealed that between his two statements, which he made in two appearances at the House of Commons yesterday, Tuesday, the Prime Minister flew to the motor caravan from which General Eisenhower is directing the invasion somewhere in rural England. You know, sometime earlier during Tuesday, the Brazzaville radio broadcast that General Eisenhower had established headquarters in France, but that has subsequently been denied, and here it is denied again in this brief dispatch from London, saying that the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, has flown to the motor caravan from which General Eisenhower is directing the invasion somewhere in rural England. Those of you who stayed with us all during last night's broadcast, which began shortly after midnight and continued until 10 o'clock in the morning, New York time, will remember that we got some very interesting news from Prime Minister Churchill in his appearances at the House of Commons. We got some of the most specific details and the freshest news that we had had on the invasion up to that point, and now we are told that on Wednesday morning in England, the Prime Minister will make a new statement in the House of Commons on overnight developments. Meanwhile, to sum up the situation as briefly as possible, we can remember that at 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime, the President, in his broadcast in Washington, said the invasion is a success so far. And about 30 minutes later, Columbia's correspondent Edward R. Murrow, speaking from London, summed it up by saying, a brilliant beginning. And now, here at our news headquarters in New York, is William L. Shirer, who is here to discuss for us for a few moments German generals whom our Allied troops in northern France are now facing. Here's Mr. Shirer.
Just a word about the German commanders in charge of the armies whom General Eisenhower's forces are facing on the beaches of France tonight. General Eisenhower's opposite number is Field Marshal von Rundstedt. He's 69 years old and the oldest of the top German generals. Thus, he is 18 years older than General Eisenhower. On the other hand, he is undoubtedly the best general Hitler has. I learned something about him when covering the German armies first in Poland and then later in the German drive through Holland, Belgium, and France just 4 years ago this month. In the Polish campaign in September 1939, von Rundstedt commanded the German Army Group South that swept through southern Poland and sealed the doom of the Polish army in a little over a week's time. The next spring in the West, the spring of 40, he made even a more amazing record. As commander of the German Army Group A in the center of the Western Front, it was von Rundstedt who achieved the now famous breakthrough across the Meuse River to the seacoast that split the Anglo-French armies and brought on their disaster. In Russia, von Rundstedt commanded the so-called Army Group South, which swept through the Ukraine in the early part of the war. The Russians considered von Rundstedt the outstanding German commander opposing them. But he did meet his match in Russia, and now he is matched against General Eisenhower. The other two top German generals facing us in the invasion now are Marshal Rommel, the over-publicized leader of the Axis forces in Africa, and Marshal Blaskowitz, the latter a comparatively unknown general, at least in this country. General Blaskowitz, actually, is one of the team of German generals who made a big name for himself in Germany during the Polish and French campaigns. As commander-in-chief of the Eastern Military District in Poland, it was he who helped plan the German invasion of Russia, and he took a very prominent part in the early part of that war. In von Rundstedt and Blaskowitz, if not in Rommel, the Allied commanders are up against two of Germany's best generals. But as one who saw them operate in Poland and then in the West, I imagine that they are not as confident now as they were then. For one thing, the opposition is quite a different thing now, and so are their own once unbeatable forces.
That was William L. Shirer here at our news headquarters in New York, discussing German generals. And now, Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott, has a rather similar piece to discuss this evening. Major Elliott is going to talk about German defenses. Here is Major Elliott.
During the past hour or two, we have received two dispatches dated the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force about the defenses of the coast of France, the so-called Atlantic Wall. It seems that the Germans, in planning their beach defenses, left by necessity rather than by design a number of fundamental weak spots. The spots are rather stretches of beach between the strongly fortified major seaports. And that particular stretch across which the Americans drove into France today and their British comrades were selected many months ago as the best point of attack. But only recently did the Germans seriously start to build up the defenses there, and the attack found these defenses far less heavily gunned and the defenses themselves far less well built up than the great port areas, such, for example, as the Elbe and Weser estuaries, the Hook of Holland, and in France the ports of Dunkirk, Calais, Boulogne, Dieppe, and Le Havre, and St. Malo, Brest, Lorient, Nantes, and Bordeaux, all of which are large seaports and are very heavily fortified. It is, of course, to be realized that a seaport, a well-equipped seaport, is one of the objectives that an invading force will seek to attain as soon as possible. To all indications, the Allies took advantage of the German failure to fortify the stretch between Le Havre and Cherbourg. It remained almost without beach obstacles, and the inshore defenses were nothing like as massive as those stretching for many miles on either side. This left a breach of about 60 miles between the northern wing of the defenses, which ended at Le Havre, and the southern chain, which began at Cherbourg. It was the Germans, in erecting their defenses, had to erect them, just as we've had to do many things, on a system of priorities. On the French coast, they erected their heaviest defenses on the French side of the Straits of Dover, where the distance to England is shortest, and where perhaps, therefore, they felt they had the most reason to expect attack. Second priority was given to the Seine estuary of the port of Le Havre and to the port of Cherbourg. Other areas were developed to a lesser extent and at a later date. The low priority, which kept materials and weapons away from this Cherbourg-Le Havre area and made it, so to speak, the Achilles heel of the Nazi defenses, was due largely to the urgent necessity for protecting the seaports first, and also to the general German lack of manpower, transportation, and supplies necessary if they were to create a continuous wall along the coast of France, or on the coast of Western Europe from Denmark to Spain. Week by week through the winter, Allied reconnaissance showed the slow progress in converting scattered houses and villages into strong points, and Allied fingers were kept crossed as the Germans again and again showed marked signs of nervousness about this spot or that, but never seemed to get around to really fortifying this particular chosen stretch. Not until Field Marshal Rommel's first extensive Western inspection in February last did the enemy show increased interest in these invitingly bare beaches and river estuaries. Even then, he gave first attention to multiplying minefields in the immediate inshore areas, to lengthening and deepening anti-tank ditches close to the waterline, to emplacement of light guns to fire along the beaches, and to general improvement of the deeper defenses. Only after the winter storms had blown out along toward the middle of April did the four commonest types of offshore beach obstacles begin to appear. They were thick along our target areas, although still not as numerous as at many other points. But of course, when it comes to attacking a fortified port, a place such as Cherbourg or Le Havre, we shall find rather a different situation. We'll find the entire region guarded by belts of wire, plus anti-tank ditches up to 65 feet wide in the vicinity of the important towns and crossroads, strongholds and batteries. Minefields have been laid up to a depth of more than 1,000 yards behind the shore, and some areas have been inundated, and most of the important roads have been mined. Fields have been strewn with posts, barbed wire, and garnished with anti-personnel mines to prevent landings from the air. And inside the important towns, the Germans have fortified buildings and constructed trenches and splinter-proof shelters behind the harbor areas for distances of 1 to 3 miles. However, we should not be overly impressed with these purely material defenses. After all, what counts is the men behind them, men in sufficient numbers and with sufficient weapons and ammunition to defend these fortifications, which otherwise are simply obstacles which can be bypassed or gotten over. And the great German difficulty is a difficulty of manpower and of distribution of what manpower they have. So that if a great port like Cherbourg, for example, were to be cut off from all supplies, its garrison isolated, so that reinforcements could not reach it, it would not be the defenses themselves which would stop our troops from capturing it as long as they had the superior power and the superior strength to do so. And now, here again is Bob Trout.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott, Columbia's military analyst, speaking to you from our Columbia News headquarters here in New York. I have a few dispatches which have come in and which I'm going to give you in a few seconds, but before I do, I'd like to remind all of you who are listening tonight that in approximately 3 minutes, that is at 12:30 Eastern Wartime, we who are on duty here at Columbia's News headquarters are going to take a brief intermission from our news coverage. Of course, we're remaining on duty at our microphones, and here in the newsroom, we shall interrupt any programs to bring you late news that comes in, and we shall be back, even if no late news does come in, to keep you up to date with summaries and dispatches direct from Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Force. I merely wanted to tell you that we are taking that brief intermission at 12:30 Eastern Wartime, but to remind you to keep tuned to your Columbia station for the continuing invasion coverage. A dispatch that comes by way of London tells us that the German Transocean Agency says today that the Allies have made further landings at the mouth of the Orne River under cover of naval artillery. That's the German Transocean Agency broadcast that's reported to us from London. Here we have a brief indication of how bad the weather has been in the Channel. You know, we've heard from a good many correspondents now who have accompanied the forces who made the landing, telling about the rising winds and the choppy sea in the Channel. United Press war correspondent Robert Miller, who covered the first phase of the invasion from a PT boat, enclosed this note to his editor with one batch of copy that he sent in. He said, "Sorry about the messy copy, but written aboard rolling PT. Sure could use some seasick pills and liniment, plus a good pair of spurs." That's the latest indication of the state of the weather in the English Channel. So far, it has not interrupted our steady stream of supplies, but there's no doubt that everyone would feel a good bit easier if the weather would definitely let up and become very pleasant. Columbia Shortwave Listening Station here in New York has heard a BBC broadcast telling that the 1st Royal Air Force Beach Squadron has gone ashore on the French invasion coast to pave the way for a steady flood of Royal Air Force personnel who from now on will operate from the French side of the Channel. These beach squadrons have the difficult job of bringing supplies to the spot, and BBC reminds us it's no easy matter, for it takes 24 tons of oil and gasoline to keep 12 Spitfires in the air for only 4 or 5 sorties. That is from a BBC broadcast which was heard here in New York by Columbia's shortwave listening station. And now we are about to interrupt our coverage temporarily. We'll be back on the air frequently during the night, however. This is Bob Trout speaking from Columbia's News headquarters in New York. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The following program will be interrupted to bring you any late news developments.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Instead of our regular program at this time,
the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil and the Mercury Theater bring you a special broadcast.
My dearest son, I guess June 6th and 7th will be always remembered in history. I know that none of us will ever forget those days, even we who live at home. Your father will have more to remember about these 2 days and more to tell you. I don't know where he is now as I write this. Somewhere in the north of France it must be. But when he comes back, and oh, my dear little son, I pray to God he will come back. When he comes back, I know he'll have a better story to tell than this. Anyway, here's our side of it, here on the home front. That's what the papers call it, the home front. Sometimes I feel kind of ashamed of that expression. It really isn't much of a front. We do have trouble getting houses, and there isn't much room on the streetcars. Sometimes the steak is a little tough. There aren't any of us living on K rations, and altogether the war is pretty easy to fight here in sunny California. We work hard, and don't let anybody tell you we've let down because we haven't. And we won't. And our work is important. But nobody out here sleeps in a bomb shelter. And for the last 2 days, everybody's started to realize that again. And I think that's part of the reason why the whole city's been so quiet ever since Monday night. You know, even the people out here who don't have anybody to worry about, even those people are telling themselves again how lucky they are. And sometimes luck can be sort of embarrassing. We first heard the news at 12:35 a.m. I work on the P-38 Center Section Assembly over at Lockheed, and I was having trouble fixing the air hose.
I just hope I can get Josie, that's all. She's the only one who knows how to do my hair. Hand me that, will you, please?
Why don't you go where I go, Lillian?
Well, I hate to change.
I tell you what, we'll meet for lunch tomorrow, and I'll take you. I used to have a lot of trouble. They always left it too flat at the sides. It made my face look too hard.
Attention, everybody. We have just heard the following news on the radio. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
That's funny. I've been waiting for this, and I don't know.
What do you mean?
I always thought it was going to be different. I thought maybe everybody would cheer.
It's too early to cheer.
Here is the text of the order of the day from General Dwight D. Eisenhower announcing invasion of Europe. You are about to embark upon a great crusade. The eyes of the world are upon you, and the hopes and prayers of all liberty-loving peoples go with you. You go with superior arms, security from the air, and incontestable right on your side. Let us all observe a minute's silence for prayer.
My shift was over then. Lil and I walked to the parking lot together, neither one of us talking. Nobody around was talking much. I said goodnight to Lil. I wanted to get to a radio, and I don't have one in my little 39 Chevy. So I stopped off at Joe Fernatti's. That's a greasy spoon not far away from Lockheed. A lot of the kids hang out there. Only I'd forgotten Mr. Fernatti doesn't have a radio.
The radio?
Yes, I want to hear the news.
Why don't you keep one of them? Who's going to play my jukebox?
But Mr. Fernatti,
You want to hear the news? How they captured Rome yesterday. Good, huh?
Hold the potatoes,
Mr. Fernatti, haven't you heard? The invasion started.
Oh, sure, I know.
Yes, the invasion. invasion. They just announced it.
All the time to make announcement yesterday. Invasion. The day before the
Oh,
telegraph
that's a fake.
Sure, it's a fake. The day before telegraph girl,
Yeah,
she
that
make a
telegraph
mistake,
girl.
eh?
Sure, that's a mistake.
About an hour ago, some fella come in here. He say the German. He sent over news. That's a fake, too. Gonna be lots of that. You watch. They don't go over till September.
You're crazy.
But, Joe, we heard it at the plant. They made an announcement on the loudspeaker.
Did you hear that, Flo?
Yeah. Is that right, Glenn? Yes, it came over the loudspeaker at the plant.
What was that?
Yes. Well, I got a radio in my car. Let's go out and listen. Hey, she's got a radio in the car. I don't know. All I heard was that Allied troops landed on the northern coast of
Hey,
France.
mister, what about the eggs you ordered? You eggs, mister?
You know what Churchill said.
We'll be back.
I still think it's a fake.
Well, come on, let's go find out.
I hope nobody steals that drink.
Oh, Wally, how you carry on. Well, here it is. We'll get it in a minute.
For headache caused by hyperacidity.
Hey, what's going on?
It's
the radio. It's about the invasion.
Effective civil administration of France
I'll bet you
supervised
it's
by
honey.
Frenchmen. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed.
Henry!
Those who
General
have common
Eisenhower.
cause
What?
with the enemy
It's General
or disgrace
Eisenhower.
their country will be removed.
They should be.
As France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves
He's talking to the
choose your
underground.
representatives and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign, with the final defeat of the enemy, you may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I
Invasion, all right.
will do all in my power to mitigate your hardship. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now. The heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued their struggle against their Nazi and their Vichy satellites.
All right. Turn that thing down, will you please? Wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, but officer,
You heard
we're
me.
trying to-
Got it on too loud.
Officer, it's the invasion.
What?
This landing
They have it.
Invasion.
This is the
Quiet.
invasion.
Quiet.
in
I
Western
don't want to
Europe.
hear this.
Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us. Keep your faith staunch. Our arms are resolute. Together, we shall achieve victory. We send you now to New York.
This is Bob Trout in the Columbia
Wait a
Newsroom in
minute,
New
wait a
York.
minute, wait a minute.
You have just heard General Eisenhower
Hey, mister,
deliver
what
a
about the
special
eggs you ordered?
message
They get
aimed
nice
at people.
balls. What about the eggs?
While we're waiting for more bulletins, which are coming in now, here's an item from a South England embarkation port. An officer explaining to a private who asked where he was going said, "You're going to have a nice holiday by the sea. You won't have any KP or fatigue details or training or anything. Just relax."
Some relaxing.
The Columbia Network will be on the air 24 hours a day, ready with complete news bulletins.
We stood there in the middle of the
every
street.
aspect of the
A
invasion.
whole crowd of us standing around the car, all of us listening.
Warning the French people.
After a while, I think a lot of us felt like getting home. I know I did. So then when the King of Norway went on the air and started speaking Norwegian, I went back over to my car and drove as fast as I could go to the apartment. Oh, it looked so strange. The apartment building, I mean. Everybody's lights were on all over the place. Even old Mrs. Borgeson, who's never up after 8. Her little dog was barking, and Levinson's little baby was crying. And, of course, everybody was playing their radios.
Hello, dear. You heard the news?
Good evening, Miss Borgeson. Yes, I've been listening.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Just wonderful.
You heard about it?
What's that, Mr. Levinson?
Airborne troops, they landed there. Thousands, he said, already in parachutes.
Mr. Levinson, I keep telling you, he said airborne. That's something different than paratroopers.
Look, like I'm telling you, airborne is paratroopers, paratroopers is airborne. It's all the same to me. What do you think they got? Maybe jet propulsion.
Look what we got now around here. Mr. Major George Fielding Elliott already.
Excuse me, what's he saying now?
French. Yeah. Before that, they had on the fellow from Holland. But by me, the main news is the paratroopers. This looks to me very strategic.
Quentin Reynolds we got. So, Mr. Big Mouth, now you got up the baby already.
The baby is up, so leave him be up. A night like this is going to hurt him. Besides, we can't ask everybody to turn down their radio, so the baby is up all right.
Like I tell you, Mr. Levinson, if airborne troops and paratroopers were all the same, the man wouldn't talk about both of them.
Wait a minute. Who should know better? Ask Helen. Her husband is a paratrooper.
Max, sha-sha.
What's this sha-sha business? So what did I say? The lady's husband's a paratrooper? So I
Max.
was... Oh. Excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't think.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Levinson.
I can see we're not going to have time. We're going to switch you now to Allied correspondent Wright Bryant in London. Come in, London.
Hello, New York. Hello, New York. In the first hour of D-Day, the first spearhead of Allied forces for the liberation of Europe landed by parachute in northern France. In the navigator's dome in the flight deck of T-47, I rode across the English Channel with the first group of planes from Troop Carrier to command to take our fighting men into Europe. All day Monday, we watched the weather, and then, well, there was a tenseness in the air that nobody talked about. In the early evening, Major Richardson came into the enclosure. He stood for a moment watching the men in the small recreation area, and then he called them into the briefing room, and the pilots, co-pilots, navigators, and radio men clustered around the major in the briefing room. There was a large-scale map on the wall showing the course to be followed.
Men, I think this is it. All I want to know now is there anyone who doesn't know exactly what to do? Okay. Get your stuff and report to the operations room immediately. I'm going down to the colonel to get the weather report. You all want to get back, don't you?
You can say that again, sir.
Then, damn it, get in there and fight.
The crews piled into their trucks to go first to the operations office and then to the line where their planes were drawn up ready to go. As they moved toward the airport, the vast, long columns of airborne troops appeared, trudging slowly under their full loads of battle equipment. General Eisenhower visited them during the afternoon, quietly passing among the men and chatting with them, asking their names, about their homes and their jobs. Outside the door of each C-47, the soldiers assembled, checked their equipment. Ground crews and combat crews gave the planes a final tuning up. Heavily laden transport planes began taxiing along in the long procession toward the runway. The paratroopers adjusted their packs, donned their Mae Wests and chutes, and climbed into the planes. Each was so heavily loaded that he had to be pushed from behind and pulled from above to get up to the steps and on into the plane. As the men settled in their bucket seats on the plane I was to fly in, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, a commanding officer aboard, came up to them.
There's a doc coming over to give you some pills that'll keep you from getting airsick. Sure. Make yourselves as comfortable as you can. Better try to sleep a little.
Thank you, sir. Well, I know one thing. My parachute's okay. My mother checked it.
His mother checked it.
No kidding. She works in the Pioneer Parachute Company in our town. And her job's giving the once-over to all the chutes that come out of there. Well, I'm okay.
Almost before we knew it, we were trundling past the operation buildings and the control tower, and then, foot by foot, almost inch by inch, we began to rise above the fields and trees of southern England. All about us and below us was such a glimmering fabric of light as I had not seen in the 8 months I had been in blackout England. 4 times we circled the field, its runways and perimeter outlined in sparkling white lights. Through the sky, formation lights of the planes strung almost to the limit of vision looked for all the world like holiday decorations. As the long procession straightened out in its pre-established course, signal lights blinked and navigators checked their speed and direction of the pilots, began their continuous plotting of position. We were right on course and 1 minute early. I went back to see how the paratroopers were riding. More than half of them had taken the colonel's advice and were dozing with their heads back against the wall and their feet stretched out in front of them. The rear door was open, and down below I saw more signal lights blink, and then we crossed the coast of England and pushed out over the channel. The sea was calm, and soon the moon brightened the water, made the ripples below us twinkle.
Hey, Tiny, tell the colonel it's 30 minutes till jump time. Yeah.
I looked straight ahead, and I caught my first glimpse of the coast of France. Navigation had been perfect. We could see the beach ahead precisely at the point we'd studied it on the maps and aerial photographs. The moon was almost full. And as our strong ship crossed above the breakers into the air of France, we plunged into a bank of cloud or fog and lost sight of the plains around us. In a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, we were flying formation on instruments. Then we emerged into clear moonlight. The small fields looked peaceful with their orderly hedgerows. Now the paratroopers were on their feet, each adjusting his pack, snapping his ripcord over the static line. That's a cable which ran along the center of the cabin ceiling so that each chute would open automatically as each paratrooper jumped through the door.
Are you all set? Everybody get everything? Here, get this thing hooked for me, and let's get going.
That was Colonel Cole taking his place with his men. The jump lights, a small bank of signal lamps, were gleaming beside the door. They blinked, and then, before I could get ready to watch, the paratroopers started jumping. I wanted to know how long it would take the 18 men to jump, and I tried to count. 101, 102, 103, to the estimate of number of seconds, you know. It may have been 11 or 12, but no more, and then our passengers were gone. All except one. They jumped so swiftly, one had been pushed against the door frame and was thrown back into the cabin so violently that he was dazed. The men behind him had shoved him aside and gone on. After a moment, he climbed to his feet and started for the door. Staff Sergeant Eberle stopped him.
I'm okay, Tiny. Let me go.
Easy, soldier. Past the drop zone.
I don't care. I'll find him. I'll get back.
It's too late.
You gotta let me, Tiny. The guys will think I'm yellow. Please, Tiny, I'm all right, I tell you.
Relax, soldier. Nobody's gonna think you're yellow. You can't jump now. We'll be over the channel in a minute. Sit down and take it easy. You'll get another chance.
I went back to the front of the ship and looked out the glass dome. Tiny streams of tracer bullets were curling upward from the ground behind us. One of the pilots in our squadron had unwittingly left all of his formation lights on. The tracers came close to his wingtips, but we saw nothing that looked like heavy ack-ack, except in the far distance. We'd been over France only 11 minutes. Behind us, we could still see an occasional flare, and below, a few more ships, but we couldn't tell what they were. The Battle of Europe had begun, and our squadron had delivered the first Allied soldiers to their scene of action. This is Wright Bryant in London, returning you now to New York.
Yes? Come in.
Excuse me. I got here a little soup. I thought maybe you was hungry, huh?
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Levinson.
You've been listening?
Yeah.
We've been listening. Who hasn't? You know that one fellow, something went wrong, who didn't jump? You shouldn't worry too much. Maybe that fellow, he could be your husband, huh? Could be.
Oh, it wasn't his fault. He wanted to jump. I hope it wasn't my Ned.
You hope it wasn't?
Or maybe I shouldn't say that. I know Ned wouldn't want that to be him. He'd want to get there first. That's why he's a paratrooper. Whoever it was, he wanted to jump. It wasn't his fault. He'll go the next time. Let's see what they're saying.
Don't know where the next blow may fall. Prepare yourself for all eventualities. Today, tomorrow, or at any time.
Before we knew it, it was daylight. Mrs. Levinson and Miss Jameson made coffee for us all and fixed a little breakfast.
Come on, honey. Have a little toast at least. Do you good.
Thanks, no, but I will have some more coffee.
Eat something, darling. Look how you look.
I'm going to take a shower. I've got to get to work pretty soon.
Look, already they're 10 miles in.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Mr. Herman.
Already they're 10 miles in. Wait and see, Mama. It's going to be quicker than we thought.
Don't be so sure. They got into Italy all right. But after that, look how long it took. It ain't easy.
You never can tell what'll happen. One little thing goes wrong. Look at Dieppe.
But that was a different thing. That was 2 years ago. From this, we learned a lesson. Yeah. The way it turns out, the fellows that died there wasn't wasted.
I like what the king said. He said the spirit of the people burned up like a bright flame. And he said now is the time when we don't fight to keep the Nazis away, but to win the war. He said everybody should pray. Keep on praying.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And the Queen said so, too. Of course, they said it better.
I tried to get a little sleep, and then about 1 o'clock I went over to Lillian's and we sat by her radio for a while. She phoned the beauty parlor and canceled our appointments. And then we got to talking and decided to go and sign up for nurse's aid. You can do that on a part-time basis. And then we went to work. Listen, there's going to be an announcement.
Attention, everybody. Attention, please. During this last shift, the President made a special broadcast. For the benefit of all of you who've been working and couldn't hear it, we're now going to read you his message. My fellow Americans, in this poignant hour, I ask you to join me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day has set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Prevail over the unholy forces of our enemy. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and racial arrogances. Lead us to the saving of our country, and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell a sure peace. A peace invulnerable to the schemings of unworthy men, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
Lillian slept in my apartment Tuesday night. Of course, we didn't really sleep. We listened and read and listened. We heard today from our headquarters that we're making progress on the whole front. We heard all kinds of things. Rumors and facts and more rumors. Some things were important and some weren't, but I don't know. Somehow these last few days, everything seems important. One little story made a big impression on me for some reason. It was about a Brooklyn G.I. Joe in Rome. Papers didn't give his name. He got up on the balcony where Mussolini used to stand. We've all seen it in the newsreels. And then he made a speech like Mussolini used to make. Oh, it must have been funny. That Brooklyn boy making faces and shouting double talk and the crowd below him loving it. I got the idea. They'd heard double talk from that balcony before. Only now, this time they could laugh at it. Out loud. And speaking of double talk, the first official Japanese statement about the invasion was pretty funny, too, in its own peculiar Japanese way.
The anti-Axis landing operations on the European continent must be highly welcome to the Germans. We can well imagine the jubilation in the German High Command on the receipt of the news of the invasion. Thank you.
And then this afternoon we heard from Switzerland that a large Allied fleet was seen off the French-Italian coast. That about takes it up to now. I'm going to put this letter away for you to read later on. Maybe your father will join in reading it when he comes back. And when you're old enough, my dearest little Robert, I think you'll like to know about these last 2 days. I know I haven't had anything special to say. I've been a long way off from where things have been happening. I've just been one of the millions and millions waiting at home and listening to the radio and reading all the papers. That's all. But I've tried to show you what it was like here and what we felt like and what we thought about. When you're old enough, little Robert, I hope you'll read very carefully the words of General Eisenhower. They'll probably teach them to you in school. But I'm putting them down here in this letter anyway.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving peoples everywhere march with you. You'll bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. You'll fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940-41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeat in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We'll accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us beseech of Almighty God His blessing upon this great and noble undertaking.
That was his order of the day, General Eisenhower's. They say it went to every man who had a part in the invasion. I guess maybe I shouldn't use that word. The president wants us to call it the liberation. I'm sure that's the way your father thinks of it. And now, my little Robert, this is the end of the first letter anybody ever wrote to you. It has to be ended now because your mother has a lot of work to do. A whole lot of planes to help build. And she hasn't got much more time for work. And even if by any chance your name shouldn't be Robert, if it should turn out to be Dorothy, I know you'll want to hear about these last 2 days. June 6th and 7th, 1944. Your loving mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Agnes Moorehead and the Mercury Theater in a special broadcast brought to you by the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil instead of our regular Wednesday night program. Please join us again next week. Till then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia's News Headquarters in New York, Bob Trout speaking. Let's continue now Columbia's invasion coverage by going over some of the details of the invasion, which we know, and bringing ourselves up to date. Here's a summary up to this point. The indications are, in the early hours of the second day of our invasion of Western Europe, that all is going well. We're continuing to push inland through Normandy along a front which has been estimated at 60 miles, although the estimate, of course, is not official. As yet, there are no signs of any immediate German counterattack, and our ground casualties have been light, much lighter than had been anticipated. Considering the scope of the operations, naval losses have also been extremely light. The first German prisoners have been brought back to Great Britain on minesweepers, along with the first Allied casualties. The waters of the English Channel are still kicking up, but despite the rather unfavorable weather, we're succeeding in pouring a steady stream of men and supplies into the beachhead zone somewhere between Cherbourg and Le Havre. The Germans say that fighting in this area is now in full swing, and the Germans admit that we've managed to widen the beachhead. The Germans are also telling of Allied landings on two of the British Channel Islands near the coast of France, and they're predicting more landings along that stretch of land running from Dunkirk to Calais. The very latest German story is this from the German Transocean Agency, which says that further Allied landings under cover of a heavy naval bombardment are now being carried out in the area of the Orne Estuary, which is on the north bank shore of the Norman Peninsula, southwest of Le Havre, and northeast of the town of Caen. That story is a German story put out by the German Transocean Agency. Columbia's shortwave listening station here in New York has heard the British Broadcasting Corporation say that behind the German front in France, drastic new restrictions have been imposed upon the population of certain French departments by the German military authorities. From dusk to dawn, BBC said, the people are forbidden to move in the streets, and it's threatened that the German troops will shoot any who disregard the code of instructions in these particular French departments. In other words, a French district. Earlier in the day, Prime Minister Winston Churchill reported to the House of Commons that the Allied troops were then fighting in the streets of the ancient town of Caen, and that they had pushed inland at some points as much as 10 miles. We heard a bit later, in fact just an hour or so ago, that the Prime Minister has promised to make a new statement at the House of Commons today, that's Wednesday, on overnight developments in the Allied invasion of France. And it was also revealed, when this dispatch came through from London, that between his two statements to the House yesterday, the Prime Minister made a flying trip to the motor caravan from which General Eisenhower is now directing the invasion somewhere in rural England. Overhead, our flyers are still furnishing a solid air cover. Since dawn this morning, that is Tuesday morning, more than 5,000 sorties have been flown, and tonight, heavy forces of Royal Air Force big night bombers are out over Europe. It was revealed during this evening that the first ground troops to set foot on French soil were Americans, but they shared first honors with Anglo-American parachutists who landed about an hour before the troops went ashore on the beaches. The most dramatic among a flock of rumors, all of them unconfirmed, of course, is a dispatch from Ankara, which tells of an Allied landing in Greece. However, that is entirely unconfirmed, and of course, we should take it with a large pinch of salt until we hear more about it. At 10 o'clock tonight, President Roosevelt spoke to the nation by radio, calling upon all to pray for victory, freedom, and peace. The president said that our invading forces will find their road long and hard. He said the enemy is strong and that the enemy may hurl our forces back. Success may not come with rushing speed, the president said, but we shall return again and again. He added, we know that by thy grace and by the righteousness of our cause, our sons will triumph. So solemn did the president consider the occasion of his broadcast prayer tonight that for the very first time in a presidential broadcast from the White House, photographers and newsreel cameramen were barred at the president's request. As usual, the president spoke from the small diplomatic reception room in the White House. Seated beside him were Mrs. Roosevelt and their son-in-law and daughter, Mr. and Mrs. John Boettiger. The president preceded the prayer by observing that when he spoke to the nation last night on the fall of Rome, he knew then that Allied forces at that moment were launched on an invasion which, he said, has come to pass with success thus far. And then slowly and solemnly he spoke the prayer for the nation. Naturally, word of the opening of the second front has been received with much enthusiasm in Moscow. To the Russian people, the signal for invasion sees a 3-year-long dream come true. And tonight, there are reports that the Russian armies are massing again on the Eastern Front, perhaps for a new drive from the east. Of course, we don't know when it will begin. Our American flying fortresses, from their new bases in Russia, flew out over the Balkans today and bombed an airfield at Galati in Romania. In Italy, the battle to destroy the German armies is continuing without let-up. And as the Allied troops spread out from Rome, thousands of German prisoners are now being added to the bag. That's the latest from Italy. A few words from the Pacific. The Japanese on Biak Island are being pushed steadily back. Truk, Ponape, and Nauru have been bombed again. But in China, the Japanese are still cutting through the heart of that country. That summary, I think, brings us up to date on the authentic details which we know so far about the invasion now that it is some 24 hours old. And now we're still here at Columbia's News headquarters in New York, and Quentin Reynolds is now going to speak to us. As the action on the French invasion coast does go into its second day, the question of the morale of our troops is perhaps more important than ever. Quentin Reynolds knows a great deal about that morale, and he's here now to tell us about it. Here he is.
Exactly 2.5 years ago today, that comfortable world we once knew came to an end. We didn't know very much about the Germans then. They were far away, remote. But during this past 2.5 years, we have learned a lot about both of our enemies. Today, our sons are learning even more about the German. His experiences in Sicily and in Italy have taught him to hate the German soldier and to know him for the ruthless, dirty fighter that he is. The Russians always called the Germans the Fritzies. The British civilians and soldiers called the Germans either the Jerrys or the Huns. Our boys, with fine contempt, call the Germans the Krauts. Usually real fighting men respect each other. Our men lost all respect for the Germans when they faced them in Sicily and later in Italy. In Sicily, our 1st Division saw the Germans raise a white flag of surrender on the top of a ridge. And when our men rushed up the hill to accept the surrender, they were met with murderous machine gun fire. This gave them an inkling as to what manner of enemy they were fighting. Again in Sicily, and any member of Oklahoma's 45th Division will attest to the truth of this, the Germans did something that perhaps no army in the history of military warfare has ever done. They booby-trapped their own dead, so that when our men went to bury them, mines tied to the bodies exploded, killing more than 20 of our boys. Now our troops finally realized that everything that we at home thought of the Japs was equally true of the Germans. They were hard, arrogant men, schooled in the belief that they were the master race. Since boyhood, they had marched and sung militant songs and lived only for the day when Hitler would turn them loose against our kind of civilization, for which they had nothing but contempt. They threw the military rule book away when they went into action. In the short space of 2.5 years, we have trained an army that today is meeting these professional murderers on better than even terms. This is one of the greatest military miracles of the ages. Our men are good because they know their enemy. They don't underestimate him, as so many at home have underestimated him. They have talked to German prisoners, and they know now that this is a fight to the finish, with no holds barred, against an enemy which refuses to conform to even the most elementary rules of decency. Last September in Italy, we captured a great many German prisoners. I talked to some of them. One of them was wounded quite badly, and it looked as though he might die. The doctor asked him some questions. He asked him, for instance, "What is your religion?" The dying Nazi soldier lifted his head. Hatred gleamed from his eyes, and he spit out, "National Socialism is my religion. Ich bin immer ein Nazi. I am a Nazi forever." This is the type of man our boys are fighting tonight. The Nazi ideology, which rejects God in favor of Hitler, is a religion to the German soldier. There is an old saying out in New Mexico, in the section of the state that still has a lot of rattlesnakes. Out there around Carrizozo, The rattlers sometimes take a sad toll of horses and cattle, and the cowmen are always on the alert against the poison of their fangs. They say out there, when you kill a rattler, you've got to kill him dead. You can't reform a rattlesnake or reason with him or convert him. The fighting men I've seen and talked to, after their experiences in Sicily and in Italy, feel that way about the Germans today. It may not be fashionable these days to hate, but I tell you that the men I've talked to abroad hate their enemy. This helps to keep their morale so high. Oh, back of the lines, when things get dull, our boys complain a lot. If you met them then, you'd think perhaps that their morale was bad. But don't forget that the morale of our men is always just as good as it has to be. It had to be good last night and throughout this long, long day. And it had to be good tonight. And every report that comes back to us confirms the fact that it was and is good, that spirits are high. These troops of ours know their enemy well. In 2.5 short years, they have been trained to deal with him. It looks as though that training had been well done indeed. I return you now to Bob Trout.
That was Quentin Reynolds at our news headquarters here in New York. Another German Transocean Agency broadcast has just come in. This one was made by the Germans at 5 minutes to 1 Eastern War Time. In other words, about 16 minutes ago. It says the Allies, since Tuesday night, have been pouring strong reinforcements into the beachheads established on the French Channel coast. That's from the German Transocean Agency, that dispatch, or rather, that story saying that the Allies are pouring strong reinforcements into the beachheads along the French Channel coast. Since early Tuesday morning, actually late Monday night, we at Columbia's news headquarters have been bringing you the picture of the invasion, the overall view as reported in official statements, and the sidelights, the eyewitness stories of correspondents who accompanied our men or machines in particular operations. And now we have an eyewitness account which can be described by those two familiar initials, G.I. It was filed by New York Daily News correspondent Howard Whitman, representing the combined American press. It's not a story of mass movements of men and machines, but it does tell us just how some of our tougher soldiers reacted to this greatest military undertaking of all time. This is how the lengthy dispatch begins. At an invasion port in England, Howard Whitman says our men boarded the invasion ships as if they were headed for a Sunday school picnic. It didn't matter that death might be there, too. For days, the cream of America's fighting men poured through the port and streamed aboard the invasion armada. Never were men more anxious to get on with so grim a task. The port was one of many from which the invasion sprang, but it was the spearhead port where the toughest of tough assault soldiers were loaded. Many of the men went aboard with shaved heads, particularly the hard-fighting assault troops. Whitman asked a couple of them why. One of them said, "We just do it for the hell of it." But he was joking. The reason that thousands of invasion boys shave their heads close is that this reduces the danger of infection in case of head wounds. All of them wore gas-protective clothing from top to bottom and carried waterproof gas masks. Their paymasters had given each man $4 in invasion money, and some of them had got more by cashing in their British funds. The correspondent met a staff sergeant who had hundreds of dollars of invasion currency. He said, "I like to travel heavy. There's lots of stuff I want to buy when I go over there." Poker and dice games aboard the invasion craft were in progress continually, being played with invasion money. The correspondent says these boys seemed unaware that they were standing at the crossroads of history. Most of them had embarked on the same ships 3 or 4 times before in practice exercises. They had stormed and assaulted beach after beach in England. Now they knew it was the real thing, and unbelievable as it seems, they were happy about it. Take Corporal Alphonse Pesky of Stapleton, Staten Island, the father of a boy 7 and a girl of 5. He said, "After you practice for a thing so long, you get sick of practicing. We know what we've got to do, and we want to get the thing done. Maybe if we get the thing done, we'll get home someday." Sitting on a cargo hatch like a couple of pleasure travelers were Sergeant John Connors of Chicago and Private Herbert Campbell of Owensville, Ohio. Connors said, "I wish this tub would get going. Let's get it over and knock their teeth out." That's the way we feel, and you can tell them back home that our morale was never better. I mean that. Then Campbell piped up and said, "That goes for me. From what I hear, it's the people back home who have the worst jitters." The reporter added, "I know it sounds incredibly calm, but that's the way it was." The invasion was mounted along a stretch of the British coast, and so tremendous was the operation that it can best be understood by picturing Britain as a series of funnels with their open ends in the interior of the country and their spouts at embarkation points along the invasion coast. The assault forces, men, and equipment poured down these funnels in accordance with the timetable that our correspondent says was fantastically detailed. First, the invasion forces were gathered, some of them months ago, in concentrated areas in the interior of Great Britain. Then, within the last 2 months, they were moved into marshalling areas where they were briefed and equipped for the invasion. The final step was to move to the embarkation points and onto invasion craft. At this particular port from which Mr. Whitman writes, the troops embarked directly from docks, some of them stepping aboard LCI, that is landing craft infantry, and others ferried out to big ATAs, auxiliary transport assault. At another embarkation point nearby, equipment was being simultaneously loaded, heavy guns, tank destroyers, armored cars, jeeps, and amphibious fighting vehicles. These were driven to concrete ramps and run straight up into the open jaws of LSTs, landing ships' tanks. It was exactly 1 minute ahead of schedule. The timetable, worked out months in advance, called for completion at midnight. Whitman was with Brigadier General Charles Thrasher, the commanding general of a southern base section in England, shortly after the successful completion of the loading. He says, "You never saw a happier man than General Thrasher." A year and a half's work in mounting this operation. A year and a half of one of the most complex jobs a man ever undertook. And General Thrasher delivered the goods a minute ahead of schedule. Another happy man was Brigadier General Frank Ross, Chief Army Transportation Officer in the European Theater of Operations. He said thousands of invasion craft were loaded backward. Men and equipment that were to be poured upon beaches first had to be loaded last. Everything had to be placed in the assault boats in the order they would be needed on the beachheads. And then Howard Whitman goes on to say, "It was hard to see the faces of our men beneath the welter of equipment. Some of the things they carried were field packs, sidearms, rifles, machine guns, walkie-talkie radio sets, field glasses, medical supplies, jackets stuffed with hand grenades, smoke bombs, heavy loads of ammunition, prepared dynamite charges, flamethrowers, grenade launchers, bazookas, TNT charges on the ends of poles, and full anti-poison gas equipment." And one of them also carried a guitar. Another had a red and white sign painted on his back, "Danger, Minefield." Several of them had plucked flowers on their way to the embarkation point, and they stuck the flowers in their helmets. As they hopped from their motor trucks to board the ships, embarkation officers checked every man by calling out his last name and having him respond with his first name and middle initial. Just before he stepped aboard, he was given a life preserver for himself and a life preserver for every piece of equipment he carried. He was also given 7 sticks of chewing gum, 4 boxes of matches, a box of body insecticide powder, 3 boxes of K rations, 3 boxes of D rations, a pipe, cigarette and chewing tobacco, water purification tablets, a carton of cigarettes or the makings of cigarettes, 1 razor blade, a tin of canned heat, and 12 seasickness pills. At this embarkation point, the first 2 invaders to embark were lieutenants from New York State, Stanley White of Abascon and Robert Edlin of New Albany. Then correspondent Howard Whitman gives us several additional sidelights on just how our men started for France. And here they are. He says there's an old Army saying, "There's one in every outfit." At one port, the soldier who qualified for this dubious distinction was a befuddled private who dropped his carbine overboard the minute after he embarked on his invasion barge. His company commander sent a motor launch ashore, and within 15 minutes, a new carbine was provided. Of all places to bump into one another, 2 privates from Endicott, New York, Robert Bettycoffer and Charles Kiske, were talking on board the invasion boat waiting the jump-off signal when they spotted a buddy of their childhood days, He was Seaman Gordon Croppett, also of Endicott, New York, a member of the ship's crew. And here are several additional of these sidelights which correspondent Howard Whitman has sent in from England in this description of just what it was like when the soldiers boarded their invasion craft on the coast of England. He says nearly every vehicle taken aboard for the invasion had its name painted on it by its crew. There was everything from a jeep named Filthy Flora to a heavy vehicle called Give 'em Hell. Others were named Axis Doom, Adolph's Answer, Dyspepsia, 10-shilling Annie, and for ladies only. The final mail delivery was made to the invasion troops as they waited aboard the assault boats for the takeoff signal. The Army post office carriers and motor launches made the rounds laden with mail pouches. On one ship, one soldier was handed 50 letters in one delivery. Another got an airmail letter posted in New York only 4 days before. Soldiers who were briefed for the occasion, who were given advance information on the D-Day plans, were kept under heavy guard in sealed camps before the embarkation hour. One briefed soldier left his credentials behind when he went to deliver ammunition to a carbine company and was picked up by a guard officer who ordered a guard sergeant to cock your rifle and keep it trained on that soldier while I investigate. The soldier stood trembling at the business end of the guard's gun barrel until the major in charge arrived. The major said, "We found his credentials. He's okay. He's a Georgia rebel, just like me." I've been reading a lengthy and colorful dispatch filed from an invasion port in England and written by New York Daily News correspondent Howard Whitman for the combined Allied press. A very detailed description of what it was like there on the invasion coast of Great Britain as the men boarded their invasion craft to cross the Channel. Earlier in our CBS invasion coverage, we told you that German prisoners and Allied wounded were being brought back to Britain. And now the same correspondent, Howard Whitman, whose dispatch I've just been reading to you, has just sent in some details on our prisoners and our wounded. This dispatch has just come off the wire, and it's being handed to me now. Here is what Howard Whitman says. The first German prisoners and first casualties to reach this port somewhere in Britain were landed late Tuesday afternoon. The prisoners, who'd been fished out of the Channel after their German craft was sunk by invasion warships, were brought in aboard a British light cruiser at 7 o'clock in the evening, British summer time. They were immediately herded into a compound to be questioned by intelligence officers. These Germans, who were among the first to feel the sting of the second front, straggled along the pier like half-drowned rats. It was clear from the expressions on their faces that they had had enough. In a subtle way, they seemed happy to be in the safety of Allied captivity. The first wounded to be disembarked at this port were soldiers brought back from the French beachhead in a minesweeper. They were carried ashore by litter bearers and taken to an emergency hospital near the pier. This hospital is merely a receiving station, and all casualties, except cases too serious to be moved, are evacuated to inland base hospitals within 24 hours. At 5:30 p.m. British time, a tank landing craft put in with casualties, including dead. Others were taken to a receiving station. 2 cases were too serious to be moved to a base hospital. This port, says Howard Whitman, this port from which I write, has been equipped to handle a tremendous number of casualties if necessary. There are hospital facilities for 6,000 wounded in the immediate vicinity, and at 3 points there are lines of 75 ambulances ready to dash toward the beach. Immense 2-ton refrigerators loaded with plasma and blood are deployed in the port area, camouflaged under canvas, and ready to supply emergency treatment to shock cases and seriously wounded. 70 days' supplies of medical and surgical materials are supplied at nearby field hospitals, and tent camps have been set up for cases of minor injury and shock. Evacuation teams of 40 men each had been established at piers and beaches to coordinate the handling of casualties. When a ship comes with casualties, these teams immediately supply it with medical supplies to take back to France, so that casualties evacuated on the next trip may be cared for during the crossing. When a serious case is taken off a ship, the litter is immediately tagged with a red card indicating the need for special immediate treatment. And that was the very latest dispatch sent in by Howard Whitman. I read you his very lengthy and detailed description of the soldiers embarking from that invasion port to make their trip across the Channel. He remained at that port somewhere on the coast of Britain, and late Tuesday afternoon he saw the first German prisoners and the first casualties coming back. Incidentally, you perhaps recall just a few moments ago in that late dispatch, which was just handed me, it just came in, I read you that Mr. Whitman says it was clear from the expressions on the faces of the German prisoners that they'd had enough. They seemed to be happy in the safety of Allied captivity. Perhaps you remember, a few hours ago, we had a dispatch from a German prison camp somewhere here in the United States, which told us that the German prisoners in that prison camp refused to believe that the invasion had been started and that the liberation of the continent had indeed begun. The German prisoners at that camp somewhere in the United States said, it's all Allied propaganda. While we were talking about our wounded, giving you this late dispatch by Howard Whitman, but part of which was written in Cablese, incidentally, you may have heard that 51 wounded American soldiers, 37 wounded Canadians, and 43 civilians arrived in Jersey City today on the exchange liner, the Gripsholm. As the ship docked, an Army band played Pistol Packin' Mama. The American soldiers were taken to Halloran General Hospital, that's at Staten Island, and they immediately wanted to hear invasion news. One soldier, who was wounded and captured at Dieppe and has now been brought home, said, "We'll give them hell this time." Another one, who was able to walk to an ambulance driven by a whack, said he wished he could help over there instead of being helpless over here. Only 8 American civilians were brought back on this 4th repatriation trip of the exchange liner Gripsholm, which an Army officer said had a very quiet and uneventful crossing. The rest of the passengers were citizens of South America and Central America. The Canadian soldiers are still aboard the Gripsholm, but they will be removed from the ship sometime tonight for transportation to Canada. And now here's another dispatch which has just come in and which is being handed to me here at our Columbia News headquarters. This is a dispatch written by a correspondent representing the Combined American Press, Bob Miller, aboard a United States PT boat off France. And here is his description. He says, the invasion caught the Germans completely by surprise. It was not until 3:30 in the morning that a German reconnaissance plane sighted the invading forces moving into position, and then it was too late to be effective. Dawn revealed the most amazing sight of this or any other war. There were ships everywhere I looked, says Bob Miller. Planes were darting through the clouds above them. Heavy broadsides of American and British battleships and cruisers rumbled through the overcast, and yellow flames from the gun muzzles all but obscured the warships as thousands of tons of explosives were sent to the shore against German installations. Destroyers and landing craft jockeyed for position, awaiting the opportunity to discharge their cargoes. And then our correspondent goes on to say, so completely asleep were the Germans that British minesweepers, escorted by a PT squadron, ran interference for the invasion by clearing a broad path right up to the beaches without once being challenged. This unprecedented maneuver was carried out without the loss of a single PT boat. Despite rough seas, which left the crews bruised and battered, and many of the men acutely seasick, the American PT boats shepherded the minesweepers along the charted route all night. Because of the slowness of the minesweepers, it had been necessary to begin the operation in broad daylight Monday, but perfect air cover by the United States Air Forces and the Royal Air Force kept away any German planes. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the BBC Home Service. Here is a special bulletin read by John Snagg. D-Day has come. Early this morning, the Allies began the assault on the northwestern face of Hitler's European fortress. The first official news came just after 9:30, when Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Force, usually called SHAPE from its initials, issued Communique Number 1. This said, under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
The British, Canadian, and American troops who landed on the coast of France, north of the lovely town of Caen, in broad daylight this morning, are already several miles inland, on a front sufficiently broad to be more than a bridgehead. They are pushing steadily on, backed by the tremendous firepower of heavy British and United States warships, and covered by an ever-changing but ever-present umbrella of fighters. The first phase of the great operation began about midnight last night when a force of parachutists and glider troops, some of which I saw taking off in the dying light of yesterday, landed on the eastern side of the chosen area to secure that flank. Today, the gliders and some of the discarded parachutes lie like crumpled flowers in the wet, wooded countryside northeast of Caen. Evidence enough that our airborne troops have successfully completed this, the first of their operations in the new battle of Europe. West of them, lying in a broad sweep rounding towards the peninsula of Cherbourg, are the beaches on which British, Canadians, and Americans made an early breakfast-time landing of unexpected ease today. They came in masses of landing craft that followed each other so closely in their flotillas that the channel, through the clouds and the rain, looked solid with ships. Someone said you could have walked across on them. They came inshore under the battering cover of the heavy naval guns, which put down a terrifying curtain of fire on the German coastal gun pits. One of these at least erupted into flame and smoke and disappeared when hit directly by a battleship's shell. The naval barrage, part of which was being guided by our aircraft flying up and down the coast, was of remarkable strength and accuracy. It has gone on hour after hour, and certainly it had not ended at noon today. One of our fighters disintegrated in midair. There was no flak, there were no enemy fighters. The only explanation seemed to be that it was hit by a naval shell on its way to the proper target. Under the brute force of this bombardment, the shore of the bay and the areas immediately inland have been torn up. Even from several thousand feet, the craters lie like pockmarks across the green and sandy ground. The first parties ashore this morning worked at splendid speed. By 10:30, quite apart from the sappers, the infantry, and the tanks already pushing into France, there were two sizable bulldozers ashore, working on a stretch of road that will become the Royal Air Force's first landing strip in France, and it's going to be ready very soon for the fighters to use. It's too early yet, much too early, to start giving any reasons for the comparative lack of resistance put up by the Germans to our initial landing. But most certainly, the first foothold was obtained easier than anyone had dared to hope. This time, we have cashed in on our success, and wave after wave of landing craft have been crossing the channel, unloading reinforcements and stores and armor. Our tanks can be seen moving inland, not far from the burning ruin of a small town that suffered the naval barrage. Of enemy troop movements, there was, until noon today, little or no sign from the air, even close to the immediate battle area. Long stretches of empty roads, shining with rain, deserted, dripping woods and damp fields. Static, quiet, perhaps uncannily quiet, and possibly not to remain quiet. But here and there a movement to catch the eye. A pathetic little procession of civilian refugees, carts loaded high with furniture and bundles, and all the domestic animals around them, making away from Caen. But here let it be noted that unless they departed long ago, the majority of our friends in France are obeying the order to stand fast. And then, as our aircraft on reconnaissance roared over a large and suspicious wood, 3 German soldiers running like mad across the main road to fling themselves into cover. And nearer the battle area, much nearer the battle area than they, outside the historic town of Bayeux, a solitary peasant harrowing his field, up and down behind the horses, looking nowhere but before him and at the soil. If it seems thus to be relatively quiet on the ground, it is certainly quiet in the air, where the Luftwaffe has simply stayed away. Reconnaissance aircraft, flying low and repeatedly over the landing area, were entirely unmolested by the enemy. One pilot came back and declared that it just wasn't worth going, except as a test of skill in dodging other Allied aircraft in the crowded sky. That was the picture at noon today. I feel I should repeat that there may be a change on the way, but at any rate, it is proper to report that the first phase of the attack on Western Europe has gone not only according to plan, but corking well.
with grinding brakes and creaking timbers, we jolted, lurched, and were landing in northern France early this morning. The glider in which I travelled came off better than most. The bottom of the nose was battered in. The wings and tail assembly were slashed here and there. But she came to rest on her 3 wheels, even though she had known down 5 stout posts that came in her path. And although we virtually crash-landed in a ploughed field. As the tug left us, we dropped speed and went into a slow gliding ascent. 500 feet up, it was just clear enough for the pilots to distinguish the white roads bounding the fields where we were to land. For an instant, he caught a glimpse of the guiding lights at one end of the rough runway. He put the nose down. We stiffened ourselves for the jolt of the touchdown and lifted our feet clear of the floor in case something might rip through the belly. The touchdown itself was perfect, but as the wheels bounced and lurched over the furrows and ditches, we heard the harsh straining of the wooden fuselage, the crash of posts hitting the nose and undercarriage. No one was even scratched. We shouted with joy and relief and bundled out into the field. Around us we could see the silhouettes of other gliders, twisted and wrecked, making grotesque patterns against the sky. Some had buried their noses in the soil. Others had lost a wheel or a wing. One had crashed into a house. 2 had crashed into each other. And yet as we marched off past these twists and for our own good fortune, other troops were clambering out of almost every one of these as casually as they might leave a bus. Some had to slash away the wooden fuselage before they could get out their jeeps and trailers. But almost without exception, they soon had them on the road. The guns, transport, signal gear, and other heavy equipment for the paratroops who'd been dropped earlier had been landed in France.
Still, the landing crafts were lowered, and as the light broke and we really could see around us, we began to become aware of the formidable character of this invasion fleet of which we were a part. All over the blue-green water, the water which was extremely choppy and wind-flecked, we saw the various types of craft which go to make up an invasion fleet. And before very long, we were among them. I was in a barge which was due to pick up the brigadier of an assault group, and we were going in with the first assault wave. So we circled round with the various types of vessels, opening fire on the beach, which we could see quite plainly in the dim morning light, opening fire on the beach in their own manners and at the appointed time. First of all, the cruisers started with a rather loudly bang. And soon the air grew heavy with the smell of cordite and loud with the sound of explosions. And looking along the beach, we could see the explosions of our artillery creating a great cloud and fog of smoke. We drove into the beach, swinging rather broadside on in the wind and the waves, seeing the jets of smoke from bursting shells near us in the water and slightly further away on the beach itself. And suddenly, as we tried to get between 2 of these tripod defense systems of the Germans, our craft swung, we touched a mine, there was a very loud explosion, a shudder in the whole craft, and water began pouring in. Well, we were some way out from the beach at that point. The ramp was lowered at once, and out of the barge drove the Bren gun carrier into about 5 feet of water, with the barge settling heavily in the meanwhile. Well, the Bren gun carrier somehow managed to get through it, and we followed wading ashore. Well, that was one quite typical instance of how people got ashore, and when they got ashore seemed to be in perfectly good order, because the troops out of that barge immediately assembled and went to their appointed places, and there was no semblance of any kind of confusion. But the scene on the beach, until one had sorted it out, was at first rather depressing, because we did see a great many barges in difficulties with these anti-tank screens, and we noticed that a number of them had struck mines, as ours had struck mines, but then we began to see that, in fact, the proportion which had got through was very much greater, and the troops were moving all along the roads, the tanks were out already and going up the hills, that, in fact, we were dominating the situation, and that our main enemy was the weather, and that we were beating the weather, that we had our troops and our tanks ashore, and that the Germans weren't really putting up a great deal of resistance. Well, after spending some time on the beach, talking to troops, finding them in tremendous fettle, very, very delighted at having this crack at the Germans, the next problem came to get away and to come back and do this news bulletin. Well, very quickly, I'll tell you what happened. It was, again, a question of wading out, picking up a barge which was leaving the beach, finding that that had been holed by the enemy, the port engine had been shot up, and the barge was sinking, and therefore transferring to another craft, getting onto a headquarters ship, finally getting into an ML, and getting back just in time to tell you that all is going well, and that there is reason, if one may judge from the individual spirits of the men on the beaches, not from the military picture alone, which obviously I haven't been able to see, there is every reason for the highest confidence.
The build-up is going well. I spent some hours on the beaches this morning watching men, food, ammunition and supplies come streaming in. It's a combined operation between Navy, Army and Merchant Navy. The effort is enormous, the results in some cases staggering. I talked to the principal beachmaster on one sector, a tall, bearded naval lieutenant commander. Our conversation was punctuated by the orders he gave to craft shouted through a loud hailer. "Keep to windward there, 1047. Keep clear of the duck entrance." Next moment, he was dictating signals to be flashed by lamp along the beach. He was answering army officers' queries about the tide and obstructions. But he was right on top of the job. His men, Royal Naval Commandos, some of them, were busy clearing wrecked landing craft and marking with red flags new traffic lanes through the shallows. And up and down those lanes, almost as though on conveyor belts, the regular steady stream of ducks was moving. Hundreds of them. They went out empty from the shore, changed from wheel drive to propeller a few yards out, and made tracks, or rather wakes, for the merchantmen lying 2 or 3 miles out to sea. Down the next door lane, they were coming inshore, reversing the process, and driving their piled cargoes of sugar crates, tires, petrol, shells, up the coast road to the depots.
We're on our way out south from the coast, crossing over towards Normandy, with a wing of Spitfires on its way to take over the patrol under protection of the Allied armies on the beaches and inland. This must be the first time that anyone like me has been able to call you from a formation of fighters, single-engined aircraft which can't take a passenger. The only reason that I'm here is because I'm traveling in a Mosquito which can carry a second person, and we have tacked ourselves onto the back of the fighter formation. We're heading straight out now. A very lovely sight the Spitfires are on our port side, ranged in their ranks of 3. Now, as we fly closer into the coast of France, we're pulling away to starboard and overtaking the formation of Spitfires, hanging there so perfect, almost motionless in the wonderful clear air. Down below us on the surface of the glistening sea, the everlasting procession of ships going to France. There they are in a line with their silver wakes coming out behind them. So stately, and apparently to us so slow. We're flying at about 250 miles an hour, straight in towards France. Spitfires on the left behind us. And somewhere with us, one other Mosquito, gone out of sight at the moment, who's flying with us as another extra machine with the formation. For years, I've been used to describing things, but I find it difficult to tell you just how this looks. In front of the great mass of shipping, there's the great pattern of France, cratered and re-cratered where our bombs have fallen in the past. Here is the new landing strip, lying out, looking for all the world like an old established and magnificently prepared aerodrome. We're diving down and coming in over it right now, flying straight over the top. And there, in the distance, and all round us, as though in a great semicircle, is the battlefront. I can see the whole of it from east to west. Fires are burning in every direction. There's smoke going up in clouds. We've seen the guns firing and the ships firing inshore. And we're flying so low now that I can see individual people on the ground. There are anti-aircraft guns. There are some cows sitting in a field. I'm describing them all as they go past the port side window of this Mosquito cockpit. More guns, and their transport on the roads. And at that road junction just below us, there's a military policeman waving them on. But you know, I can even see his red cap from here, but he's wearing that and not his tin hat. The roads are full of our transport, all our chaps driving on the right-hand side in the continental style.
At first sight, everything round the beaches still looks chaotic. Perhaps it's because there's still so much wreckage and litter lying about. Smashed up buildings, tangles of wire, heaps of driftwood, enormous bomb craters, waterlogged landing craft just pushed out of the way, wrecked vehicles piled on top one of another. But then you see that in fact, and despite appearances, everything is thoroughly under control. To prove it, there are those unending columns of men and vehicles pouring inland in perfect order. You join one of the columns. There are fenced-off areas on each side of you, marked here and there with signboards, German signboards, bearing a skull and crossbones, and the word Minen in red. Minen, mines. Actually, many of those so-called mined areas have been found to be quite innocuous. It's said that the local commander simply stuck up these signs to impress Rommel when he came on a visit of inspection just before we landed. Anyway, you go on, up the track. It's not a road, just a broad pathway that our bulldozers have cut running inland from the beaches. It goes through somebody's cornfield, through somebody else's back garden, through a farmyard. There's a wire mesh track laid down. The heavy vehicles stick to that. You pass a big signboard. It says, Infantry Assembly Area straight on. Only 15 minutes from here. Keep on marching and smiling. Then suddenly you find yourself on a metalled road. There's open country on both sides, not a hedge anywhere. Fields full of tall green corn. Men standing to in their gun pits on the watch for enemy raiders. Clouds of dust all over the plain. Every field thickly studded with wooden posts to prevent airborne landings. The French can have them for firewood now. Military policemen at every crossroads wave you on. You're getting into more wooded country now. Vehicles are parked in the fields under the hedges. There are army signs everywhere. DID, Waterpoint, CCS, REME, and so on. You go through village after village where people are apparently just leading normal lives. They smile at you as they pass. Some give the V sign. There are troops bathing in that river. Others standing on watch in case any French women come in sight. There are cows grazing in the fields, sleeping too, even at midday. A friend of mine says that's because the German planes keep them awake all night. Men are stretched out in the sun and sleeping too. Tired, grimy-looking men, grimy with the dust of battle still on their uniforms. They've just come back from the lines. Now, you're getting near the guns. The road's becoming untidier again. Trees are down. Buildings are in ruins. Overhead wires are trailing around. The surface of the road is pitted with craters. The din of the battle grows louder. There are wrecked vehicles overturned in the ditches. An odd tank here and there burnt out. No civilians to be seen, and few soldiers either. And those few are wearing steel helmets and keeping well under cover of hedges and banks. Not many vehicles about, and those that you do see all seem to be coming your way and batting along all out. A military policeman steps out from the hedge and stops you. Not wise to go any further. There's a couple of Jerry tanks down in that wood on the left. You've arrived. This is the front.
I've just stepped off one of the motor torpedo boats of the light coastal forces, which last night bored in north of Cherbourg and engaged enemy E-boats attempting to filter through to the beachhead anchorage. At the briefing yesterday afternoon, the young skippers of these crafts were told that the E-boats had to be engaged and sent to the bottom. Those were the instructions in a nutshell. Shortly afterwards, the MTBs were scorching out across the channel, sitting on their tails, sending out that well-known fountain of a bow wave, and testing their guns. The skipper of this boat is a lieutenant commander, DSO, and last night I saw why. That man's a fire eater. He just doesn't know what duck means. It wasn't long after midnight when one of his exploratory star shells revealed the low silhouettes of a batch of E-boats. He opened fire with everything he had, and that's plenty. But in the darkness, the enemy got away. The second battle occurred under a newly risen moon, and the E-boats got the drop on us. It was a short, sharp running fight. The odds were at least 5-2 in the enemy's favor, and once again we lost them. The third and last tussle came about 4 in the morning. It was a honey. I can't begin to describe to you what the decks of one of these little fighting boats is like while a thing like that's going on. The thud and concussion and chatter of guns just beggars description. There were 6 E-boats. We were 2 at that juncture. Tracer was sailing just over our heads and fore and aft of the ship. Our fire was directed at the second in line of the enemy, and a murderous fire it was. I was standing beside a 19-years-old gunner whose rich Scots accents leave no doubt about his native heath. As he poured his fire in at the enemy, a little lick of flame shot from her hull, and then bigger tongues of flame. My little Scots gunner had his teeth clenched and his thumbs on the firing buttons. As he saw the flame, he ground out, "Burn, you unprintable name, you burn," and burn she did. By the time she was a completely enveloped funeral pyre, the other 5 E-boats had withdrawn into the night. In the glare cast by those flames, they must have been able to see us, but they had had enough. Ammunition and signal flares were going up from the blazing hull.
2 hours ago, I was looking at Caen Cathedral, standing up grey and soft in the light of the sun. We were flying into France at 200 miles an hour to attack an important concentration of German tanks of the 21st Panzer Division gathered in the path of the Allied armies advancing beneath us. It was the first daylight operation of the British tactical bombers since D-Day, and if successful, might have important effects on the progress of the land battle. We had left the coast of England, flying in a tight formation, so tight that I could see the features of the pilot flying the Mitchell bomber on our right hand. Above us, behind, in front, and below, the Spitfires escorting us were flashing by, wheeling and banking and rising and falling as they scoured the sky for the Luftwaffe. There was cloud at first, white, woolly cloud over which we flew in the brilliant sun. But as we approached the channel, it broke into patches, and through a big gap, I saw the shining blue sea. Not an empty sea, but a sea crowded, infested with craft of every kind. Little ships, fast and impatient, scurrying like water beetles to and fro, and leaving a glistening wake behind them. Bigger ships in stately, slow procession, with the sweepers in front, and the escort vessels on the flank. It was a brave, an inspiring sight. We are supplying the beaches all right, no doubt of that. We flew on, southwest, and I could see France and Britain, and I realized how very near to you all at home in England is this great battle in Normandy. It's a stone's throw across the gleaming water, and as we left the thick cloud behind us, I saw it all as a mighty panorama, clear and etched in its detail. There were the supply ships, the destroyers, the torpedo boats, the assault craft, leaving England. Halfway over was another great flotilla, and near it a huge, rounded, ugly capital ship, broadside on to France. And there in the distance was the Cherbourg Peninsula, Cherbourg itself revealed in the sun. And there, right ahead now, as we reset course, the beaches. Dozens, scores, hundreds of craft lying close inshore, pontoons and jetties being lined up to make a new harbor where 6 days ago there was an empty stretch of shore. There were the vehicles, making their way inland. A great fire burning to starboard. The guns in action there, too, jets and puffs of bursting shells. We were sweeping inland, swinging round again, now heading straight for the road junction and the tiny village where the panzers were sheltering. No time now to watch for enemy fighters. Let the flashing, wheeling Spitfires do that. We watched the ground, intently. We were over the German army. Our own lay behind. I saw 2 trucks driving down a road, but behind us, a Dutch pilot saw a long column of German transport moving up. From an enemy aerodrome to starboard came puffs of flak, below and behind us, not near enough to worry about. France was green and glistening. I glanced across at the pilot of the next Mitchell. He was having a good look down, too. Then we went in, straight as a die. We were very near the extreme forward Allied units, and I wondered if they were watching us. We were quite a pretty picture. The bomb doors were open, and before I expected it, our bombs were away, and at the same moment all the other Mitchells following in our formation let go, and I saw the green and brown bombs sailing down. "Watch 'em," said the wing commander. I was watching, over his shoulder as he banked to port. We waited. What a long time bombs take to go down. And then there was a shout. The whole area of the road junction had erupted. Fountains of earth and smoke and dust and flame shot up and hung in the evening sunlight like poplar trees. The village and the German armor were hidden in the chaos. "Bang on," said the wing commander. "Bang on," said the voice of the Dutch navigator in my ears. And we turned for home. Out over the beaches, the ships again, and Caen lying there so still. No sign of fighting in the city, no sign of damage to the cathedral. And then back over the water, past Le Havre with its pattern of docks and wharves, back over the channel and over the sheltering clouds again. But not before I had one glorious view of the home coastline stretching for miles to the east and west. You know, Shakespeare was exactly right. This country is a jewel set in the Silver Sea. But the Silver Sea today is as the poet could never have seen it. Alive with the ships of Britain, America, and our allies, and ours to command.
A little further up the road, and a bent old woman in a black shawl bids us good day. She stayed in bed through it all, she says, but the ceiling fell in on top of her, and now she's no habitable home. So much the worse, monsieur, but it can't be helped. And she wanders on down the street. We come into the market square. The little restaurant au gourmet has no spécialité alimentaire to offer today, but Monsieur le Patron stands smiling a bit ruefully outside his broken shop window, while a French tricolor drapes down from the floor above. Our troops, tin-hatted and dusty, are everywhere about, clearing debris, mingling with the inhabitants, passing through in truckloads. A sergeant falls in his section just in front of the war memorial, a plain bronze obelisk, quite undamaged, with Bernier's last war roll of honor. Behind it, the church has a shell hole through its tapering steeple, and we learn that a few hours before, 2 snipers were winkled out from it with the help of a naval gun. We learn, too, that more snipers are about in the town, and we're advised to go warily. Inside, the church is almost undamaged, and a mounting heap of fresh white flowers adorns a shrine, while a statue of Joan of Arc in shining armor looks down from a niche in the wall. We leave the market square and walk along a roadway to the east. There, in one of the big gardens, are 3 British privates stalking through the bushes with rifles at the ready. Snipers suspected, the sentry tells us. But in the orchard beyond, a flock of young lambs are frisking and playing, quite unconcerned. There's a notice now on the roadside. Roads and verge cleared to next village. We walk on, past some of our signalmen who are running wires between the telephone poles from which the lines are dangling in a tangled skein. We find a holiday camp at the fringe of the town, obviously used latterly as a German barracks, with small arms ammo left there, beside piles of mine warning notices, and under a bell that's marked in German, gas alarm. There's a cow munching quietly in a stall, a donkey beside it, and across the courtyard, rows of rabbit hutches with their occupants, unaware perhaps of being spared their intended fate as a German dinner dish. The broken windows of the straggling buildings creak and rattle in the breeze. Perhaps with snipers about, it's not quite such a healthy place. We move on. And suddenly, where the houses thin out, we catch a glimpse of the anchorage. From the shore side, it looks more than ever crowded. In fact, there are so many ships and craft that there's not much sea at all to look at. We hitchhike now on a duck going west to Corseul. It seems less damaged in our bombardment than Vernières. Not that that was by any means demolished, but here there are many more houses quite intact. It's a bigger town, of course, with a little port, and there are more inhabitants to be seen about. Again, there's military traffic driving in convoys through the streets, driving on the right-hand side of the road, continental fashion. The inhabitants, as before, give us smiles and waves and bonjour. A priest offers us food or lodging. There's a small boy poking his head through the bars of a wrought-iron gate, munching away at a piece of bread spread liberally with army ration jam. We wander on through the town. Life doesn't seem so very abnormal. A barber invites us in for a shave, and just at that moment the guns from one of our cruisers in the bay open up and shells go hurtling overhead. We think they might unsteady his hand. We decline politely and wander on, gradually making our way back towards the beaches again.
The curé of this little Normandy church, 2 or 3 miles from Caen, wants me to say how sorry he is about these bells. His village has only just been liberated, and it's taken until yesterday to clean up the many German snipers left in hiding. When I asked the curé if we might record the bells of his church ringing in celebration of the village's freedom, he asked me to wait for a week, and this is why. They used to have a very lovely little carillon in this church. Only 3 bells, but they were very proud of it, and many of the villagers were expert bell ringers. But when the Allies freed the village, 3 German snipers hid in the square tower of the church, and for 2 nights they were very troublesome. At last they gave themselves up, but it was found that they had smashed the big bell of the carillon. Monsieur le Curé promised that if I would only wait a week, he would have the big bell repaired, and you could hear the full carillon. But he added that in any case, they were going to ring the remaining 2 bells at once this morning to celebrate our coming. And I thought that you would rather hear the bells now, even though the big one has been smashed by the Germans, to let you know that the people of Normandy are celebrating their liberation, that church bells are ringing, and the villagers are going to Mass to give thanks for their freedom.
It's now 8 o'clock in the morning in Great Britain, the time for one of the regular news broadcasts of the British Broadcasting Corporation. I'm not sure whether the 8 o'clock news in London has started at the moment, but let's switch over to London now and see whether the 8 o'clock news has begun.
The coast of Normandy, in coordination with our great airborne landings. At points, our troops have advanced several miles inland, and tanks have been reported to be moving on the town of Caen, 10 miles from the coast, where fighting was reported earlier. When BBC reporter Frank Gillard came through from General Montgomery's headquarters, there was no report of the violent reaction that is to be expected when Field Marshal von Rundstedt concentrates his forces against our operational area. It's early yet to get any firm assessments of the general situation over on the French coast, but our reporter says there was an atmosphere of confidence at General Montgomery's headquarters, fully justified by the news flashed back from our troops so far. One of the things everyone wants to know about is how our airborne forces are faring. There's no hard news yet about their part, but at least it's known that the operation of landing them, the biggest airborne expedition in history, was most successful. Another satisfactory thing about this outstanding operation is that our losses in planes were very small, considerably below what was expected. The original landings took place in the bay that stretches from the Cherbourg area, the tip of Normandy, to Le Havre in the east, and we seem to have achieved a certain amount of tactical surprise. It remains to be seen what the Germans have in store for our men. But meanwhile, as our troops and supporting arms and weapons go ashore, every hour improves our ability to meet whatever may come against us. Another correspondent at Supreme Headquarters says, all that can be said about our forces at the moment is that they are fighting strongly, under a complete air umbrella that covers not only them, but the vast force of craft moving freely backward and forward across the channel. Communique number 2 from Supreme Headquarters at the end of D-Day said reports of operations so far show that our forces succeeded in their initial landings. Fighting continues. One glimpse of the fighting in which the British, American, and Canadian and Allied forces are engaged comes from a correspondent with the Canadian landing forces. He says that in under 3 hours of fighting on the beaches, the Canadian force won its beachhead and pushed inland. The Canadian commander flashed this message to headquarters. Beachhead taken, well on the way to intermediate objectives. There was some stiff fighting in the streets of the little French coast town. The Canadians met considerable enemy fire on the beaches as they worked their way among numerous steel and wooden obstacles. But they got going strongly. They took some prisoners, mopped up from small pockets of a German coast defense unit. This correspondent says that Canadian and British airborne troops did a good job when they dropped and came in by gliders to capture several important bridges and hold them. German reports have spoken of fighting at various points from the tip of Normandy to the hinterland of Le Havre. They say that there's been heavy fighting around the main highway running through the Normandy Peninsula towards Cherbourg, and they report that our airborne troops have been in action south of Cherbourg. Our landing forces here heard the roar of Allied planes almost every hour of the day and night. And last night, another great force of Royal Air Force heavies was heard going out. But all we've had so far is the familiar Air Ministry formula. Royal Air Force heavy bombers were over enemy-occupied territory again last night. They followed up a great dusk-to-dawn offensive, with thousands of bombers and fighters taking part in the greatest day in aerial history. Well over 1,000 troop carrier planes, including gliders and tow planes, were used by the Allied Air Forces. The Royal Air Force not only played its part by providing an air umbrella, some of our airmen actually landed on the beach themselves. The 1st Beach Squadron went ashore to pave the way for a steady flood of Royal Air Force personnel, who from now on will operate from the other side of the channel. These beach squadrons have the difficult job of bringing supplies to the spot. This is no easy matter. For instance, it takes 24 tons of oil and petrol to keep 4 Spitfires in the air for only 4 or 5 sorties. Only a few hours after our first landing, bulldozers were already at work laying out a landing strip for our fighters. The Sea Armada of upwards of 4,000 ships, together with several thousand smaller craft, was divided into 2 major task forces. One was under the command of the British Rear Admiral, Sir Philip Byron, of Cossack fame, and the other under the American Rear Admiral, Alan Kirk. They were split up into assault groups, follow-up craft, bombardment ships, and mine-sweeping flotillas. Many famous British and American warships were there. They included the British battleships Warspite, Nelson, and Ramillies, and the cruisers Glasgow, Belfast, Enterprise, Mauritius, and Orion. Among the American battleships were the Nevada, Arkansas, and Texas. American naval losses so far have been given by President Roosevelt as 2 destroyers and 1 tank landing craft. He described the full operation as being up to schedule. He said that when he made his speech on the liberation of Rome on Monday night, he already knew that the Allied troops were in their boats for the Western Front offensive. The date was roughly fixed at the Huron Conference last December, but the exact date depended on the vagaries of the weather in the English Channel. And in fact, the weather caused a delay of 1 day. Inside France, the German military authorities have clamped down on the people in some areas. Among other things, it's forbidden for more than 3 people to gather together in the streets, and from dusk to dawn, the French are ordered to stay indoors. German troops have been ordered to shoot on sight if the new code of instructions is disobeyed. The quisling Laval has also threatened reprisals, German reprisals, for any who help the Allied army. Laval's so-called Minister for Public Order, Dalman, has already called out his militia, and the Vichy radio has warned the militiamen that stern measures will be taken against them if they try to desert their units. The voice of Free France on Algiers radio has hailed D-Day as an unforgettable day of joy and hope for the liberation of France. Behind General de Gaulle, a French spokesman said, were the French armed forces, burning with the desire to fight in France. And inside France, there was the army of the interior, the vanguard of the Allies in metropolitan France. It's revealed that General de Gaulle, now in Britain, conferred with General Eisenhower on the eve of D-Day. General Eisenhower told reporters we were in complete agreement on all military matters. Moscow radio, in its service in English, has broadcast a recording of last night's speech by His Majesty King George VI. This Russian broadcast was followed by the British national anthem. Now, here are some sidelights on the operation passed on by those who've been across the channel. First, Royal Air Force pilots who flew over the front yesterday at low level. They say we're doing very well. They saw our troops are moving forward from the beaches. Our balloons are up over the landing beaches, a precaution against low-level attack on our ships. The pilots saw our ships unloading supplies and say that by noon, tons of equipment, tanks, lorries, and armored cars had been moved off. All the pilots were impressed by the way the supplies were pouring in on the beaches and how quickly the material was being carried inland. The last thing we saw, one pilot said, was a steady flow of our ships coming back to these shores for another load. The whole business from the air seemed like a very disciplined and ordered advance. Next, crews of the torpedo boats, some of the first witnesses of the landings. They said that the shore gunfire was less than in Sicily. One of the skippers of the little ships tells how as the huge Allied landing fleet moved towards the French coast, Allied bombers hammered the beaches furiously for 3 hours. Incendiaries were pouring down from the sky like rain, and our fighters swooped over the beaches, a powerful challenge to possible Luftwaffe opposition. From what I saw, says this eyewitness, the Nazis were scared to accept the challenge. The Germans, he adds, sent up star shells which lighted the whole beach, and the German batteries hurled shells across at our ships, but many of these guns were quickly silenced. The scene was like a nightmare of color, with light from the star shells and smoke from the bombs. The Germans tried to knock out our planes with rockets that spiraled up, leaving a trail like a Roman candle, and then burst into swirling streaks of colored light. This news bulletin comes to you from the BBC in London. Now, here's a roundup of other world news. Russia. American heavy bombers have struck from bases in Russia for the first time. Scores of fortresses, heavily escorted by Soviet and American fighters, bombed the German airport in the Romanian city of Galați at the mouth of the Danube. All the bombers returned. More German land attacks north and northwest of the Romanian town of Iași have been beaten back by the Russians. And the Russian long-range bombers have made a mass raid on targets in Iași itself, as well as on the railway junction there. Italy. Marshal Stalin has sent this message to Mr. Churchill. I congratulate you on the great victory of the Anglo-American forces in the taking of Rome. It has been greeted in the Soviet Union with great satisfaction. Allied troops have crossed the Tiber at many places, and some units have pushed on several miles beyond the river. They've met only weak resistance. The Lieutenant General of Italy, Prince Umberto, is reported to have asked Marshal Badoglio, who has resigned, to form a new government, to include political leaders now in liberated Rome. Marshal Badoglio's radio has broadcast a message from General Alexander telling all Italian patriots in occupied Italy, from now onwards, the German armies in Europe will be attacked from every side. The day for which you have waited has come at last. I appeal to all patriots to rise against the common enemy. Portugal. The Portuguese government has stopped all exports of wolfram to Germany. The ban has actually been enforced since Monday. This has been disclosed by the American Undersecretary of State, Mr. Stettinius, who said, this action should help to shorten the war, for it will deprive the Germans of important quantities of this vital war material. Southwest Pacific. American troops are now within 1.5 miles of Mokmar Aerodrome, one of the 3 important airfields on Biak Island off Dutch New Guinea. China. Chongqing announces fierce fighting about 20 miles northeast of Changsha, the great communication center in Hunan province. The Japanese, strongly reinforced, have launched vigorous attacks along 5 separate routes. Siam. The capital, Bangkok, has been given its biggest raid of the war by Allied heavy bombers, which concentrated on the railway marshalling yards. United States. Washington discloses that the Soviet government has offered its cooperation in sending supplies to Allied prisoners of war in the Far East. The Russians have named a convenient Soviet Pacific port adjacent to Vladivostok, where the relief supplies already on Soviet territory may be picked up by Japanese ships.
Columbia's news headquarters in New York once again. We've been listening to the BBC 8 o'clock news. It's 8 o'clock in the morning in Great Britain, about 12 minutes past 8 now, as a matter of fact. And the British news broadcaster has completed the news on the invasion and was giving a roundup of other world news. We assume that you're up to date on that, and so now we have the air again back at Columbia's news headquarters. We have a dispatch from Reuters, which perhaps you might be interested in. It hasn't been given out yet. It concerns General de Gaulle. It's a dispatch from the British news agency Reuters that we received here at our news headquarters in New York. The Reuters correspondent Stanley Burt says that General de Gaulle visited General Eisenhower at the advanced command post on Sunday, 2 days before D-Day. And then the Reuters correspondent says he understands that the Supreme Allied Commander is confident that French resistance will operate effectively and prove of substantial military value to the campaign of the British, American, and Canadian liberating forces. This is Columbia's news headquarters in New York. Before we now interrupt and take a brief intermission at our news headquarters in our invasion coverage, I'd like to remind you all again that we are keeping the Columbia Network open all night. We shall, of course, interrupt all programs to bring you any news of great importance as it comes in, and at regular intervals throughout the night, we shall give you the authentic news, the details of the invasion of Western Europe. This is Bob Trout speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From the colorful atmosphere of the LaSalle Hotel's new Pan American Room in the center of downtown Chicago, Columbia presents the music of Ralph Morrison, his saxophone, and his orchestra, with songs by Lovely Chiquita and Ralph Morrison himself. Getting things started now with the Gershwin melody, it's Maybe. Variety, and here it is, Latin American style, Tico Tico. here's a medley. Two favorites, the first You Call It Madness, and then Ralph Morrison to sing Old Acquaintance.
I'm just an old acquaintance, just someone that you used to know. Once you couldn't be close enough to me, darling, recently you're so distant. I know you've made a new acquaintance. I feel it in my heart somehow. Never thought the day would come when I would say I'm just an old acquaintance now. I know you've made a new acquaintance. I feel it in my heart somehow. Never thought the day would come when I would say I'm just an old acquaintance now.
On the new Pan American Room in the LaSalle Hotel, Columbia, is bringing you the music of Ralph Morrison and his orchestra. Continuing now with our program, we hear the melody entitled Once Too Often. Columbia has brought you music by Ralph Morrison and his orchestra, with song stylings by the maestro himself, playing for you from the new Pan American Room at the LaSalle Hotel in the center of downtown Chicago. This program, announced by Ken Nordine, has been a presentation through Columbia Chicago Studios in the Wrigley Building. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Through these portals pass the most beautiful girls in the world.
Is like a melody that haunts you night and day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start upon a marathon and run around your brain.
invasion news. Allied forces in France are pushing inland at many points after clearing dazed Nazi soldiers from the beaches of Normandy. Despite stormy weather, reinforcements continue to stream across the channel. A late German Transocean news agency broadcast claims that fierce German counterattacks have been launched east of Cherbourg. The Nazi agency asserts that shortly after midnight, strong Nazi bomber formations attacked Allied warships and landing craft off the Bay of the Seine and north of Le Havre. There has been no Allied confirmation of these enemy claims. Also, the enemy agency admits that the Allies have made further landings at the mouth of the Orne River under cover of naval artillery fire. Dispatches have reached Allied headquarters indicating that General Sir Bernard Montgomery's troops have cut the Paris-Cherbourg Railway at Caen. However, there has been no official announcement of such operation. The German High Command still insists that no Allied forces have penetrated Caen. Here's a bulletin aboard an American headquarters ship at the Cherbourg Peninsula. American parachutists have the village of Saint-Martin-de-Barbille, known to be a German strong point, commanding much of the beaches. Saint-Martin is 3 to 4 miles east of the coast on the main road up the peninsula between Charcot and Boulogne. Prime Minister Winston Churchill, in announcing that the invasion was proceeding satisfactorily, has disclosed that Allied troops were fighting in Caen. And from that town, 9 miles inland on the River Orne, a network of roads and railways radiates over northern Normandy. Caen, thus far, is the only point which has been named by headquarters as the scene of fighting, although Allied penetrations as deep as 13 miles have been announced. And that's the latest invasion news, and continuing now NBC's all-night service to its listeners, we take you to San Francisco.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is the kind of music Pancho's famous for, Coast to Coast. Featuring Antonio, it's the bolero Taboo.
Alma del África lejana, llena mi pecho de candela, y el pobre Congo hijo de esclavo, y añora siempre las palmeras, las cosas selva primitiva de dioses misteriosos y de piedra. FIFA, Chango, Iobata la bacha, oye maya, FIFA, Chango, Iobata la bacha, oye maya, tabu, tabu, tabu.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the mural room of world-famous Hotel St. Francis in San Francisco, NBC is sending you the distinctive dance rhythms of Pancho and his orchestra. Now the dance continues as lovely Mary Lane sings, "Someday I'll Meet You Again." Pancho is going to play the well-known Huaracho for you, for which he's noted all over the country. This one's titled Oye el Carbonero. Very nice, Pancho. Another brief reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that from San Francisco's St. Francis Hotel, NBC is broadcasting the dance rhythms of Pancho and his orchestra. And now the dance continues again, and the orchestra plays one of Frank Lesser's latest and best, Someday I'll Meet You Again. it was a Frank Lesser tune, but as you undoubtedly recognize, the title was Spring Will Be a Little Late This Year. Now we're going to have a Cole Porter tune featuring Pancho's music and lovely Mary Lane to sing, I Love You. Now to top off a swell show, Pancho plays that lively Brazilian march, La Jardineira. gentlemen, we come to the end of this memorable evening's entertainment, presenting the music of Pancho and his orchestra, playing here in the beautifully appointed mural room of world-famous Hotel St. Francis, overlooking historic Union Square in San Francisco. Pancho presents the songs of lovely Mary Lane and of Antonio with his bongo drums. Now it's time to say hasta luego from San Francisco. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The day of reckoning is here, the most crucial time in the history of the world. NBC will interrupt any and all programs to bring you the latest invasion bulletins. Stay tuned to WEIF.
This is Don Goddard in the NBC newsroom in New York. There's the full light of another day over the beaches of northern France at this hour. It's 9 o'clock in the morning over there, and that light discloses great activity throughout the whole area of Normandy that is now in Allied hands. For today comes the second phase of our invasion of Western Europe. By this time, there should be sharp and savage fighting. That is, if the Germans have launched those counterattacks they've been boasting about and denying all night long. And on the beaches themselves, beside the channel whipped by the strong winds that followed our landings yesterday, and under the protective barrage balloons overhead and the jeeps and the bulldozers and trucks scurry down there on the beaches, and landing barges and supply ships scrape along the sands constantly, bringing in an endless supply of the sinews of war, strengthening with every moment that passes the strength of our forces now dug in on the soil of France. That bad weather that the commanders feared yesterday, that they worried about last night, apparently has not developed in enough strength to stop our movement of supplies, nor to stop the flights of our fighter and bomber planes overhead. For overhead there is the ceaseless drone of planes. They swing far inland to support some company of paratroopers or an advance patrol of scouts, flushing Nazis on the bridgehead. 100% effective, so our military and naval authorities said when the day ended in the darkness of last night. And that was about the last official word we've had to go on as this new day brightens. The map of invasion is still based on the information we had yesterday. We still hold that crescent-shaped piece of land that swings from Cherbourg around the mouth of the River Seine to Le Havre. We are fighting on the promontory of the Norman Peninsula to the west, and we may have made further landings to the east. Possibly some of our paratroopers have gone inland as far as 41 miles. We have no official word on that as yet. And this lack of news, official news that is, for there's no lack of prattle that passes for news from the Nazi-controlled radio, is not necessarily alarming today. For we still have the assurances of our leaders that all is going better than expected. President Roosevelt said that satisfactory progress was being made, you remember. But the optimism of the first day, the optimism of yesterday, the satisfaction of yesterday, now is tempered, now that the first phase of the invasion has passed. For now, as the second phase approaches, the repulsion of counterblows, the further securing the positions we now hold, we face the task that lies ahead, the task that lies ahead of those men around the mouth of the River Seine. There will be other landings all along the coast, of course, probably as soon as the Germans have launched their attacks in the Seine head, as soon as some of their strength has been drawn to that focal point. But the news, Allied official news, will start rolling very soon again. Prime Minister Churchill has announced his intention of making a regular daily report to the House of Commons. And the morning should produce communique number 8 from General Eisenhower. And we will have more and more of the eyewitness stories from men who are coming back to England, and other reporters who are now filing their copy and making their broadcast records right on the beaches of France. And, of course, the German radio will continue to put out feelers and statements intended to confuse us, and Tokyo will continue to amuse us. Meanwhile, we have a few late dispatches. The British report, which was monitored by NBC here this morning, said that invasion troops north of Caen have pushed their way inland to a depth of 13 miles at one point. And we have a story here, a very odd story from Stockholm. It says a Copenhagen dispatch of the German-controlled STB agency said today that German naval authorities admit they are considering the possibility of a Russian invasion of Denmark. a Russian invasion of Denmark down the Baltic Sea. And Moscow's midnight bulletin gives indications that the Germans are weakening in their 8-day battle near Yassy, and that the Russians are ever nearer to their own new offensive, the offensive which was to be timed with our landings in Western Europe. And this is Don Goddard speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.